Hey, welcome everybody to this Yeti Weekly brought to you by Serene Productions. My name is NEETfull, here joined by JoyBoy. JoyBoy, how you feeling about this post-Ryle meta we're currently in?
I'm pretty excited, man. I'm pretty excited. Uh, we have some mixed feelings about Ryle overall, but I'm pretty excited to see how people have, chosen to build their decks around, Ryle not being there anymore. So I'm pretty excited overall.
Oh, I'm in the same boat. Being able to see what we had two regionals and as well as the online regional going this weekend, seeing all the deck lists popping out of the woodworks of kind of people finally getting back into playing water. We've seen some of the course the lists we've seen before with a lot of these fire aggro lists and Xander. But what also surprised me is we watched a lot of these normal fire lists like Fire Lorraine. We watched Fire Merlin really adapt pretty well to losing Ryle. They're like, hey, yeah, Ryle's gone. Oh well, I've got other discard outlets. Let's keep running it, keep doing the same game plan. It's working. I can't flock him for that.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I think we sort of people initially when Ryle was banned were like, "Oh, the X deck is completely dead without Ryle," or like this deck is dead without Ryle. But we've seen that kind of not to be true. We just see kind of a shift in the way that the decks play. Right? We saw a lot of Crux Lorraine in some of the lists that we see after the Ryle band. Right? Still pretty good. No Ryle though. They're switching their list from Ensoul to like more of a, I am level 3. They're playing Spirit Ruler more now. So I'm level 3. I'm trying to kill you with my Rending Flames and my Crux, Crux things, Ascension, Ghost Pendragon, right? All these kinds of stuff. So it's not as bad as everyone kind of initially thought these decks would be without Ryle in them.
Yeah, and as I already see people talking in the chat, it also opens up to you a lot of deck building now, where you're not really forced to play that Ryle package. You're not really eating that 12 to 14 slots just to fit in those different Spectre cards you wanted. So you're kind of seeing now a little bit more of flex back to be like, all right, we're gonna play a little more control. We're not just necessarily gonna go to 3 right away. And I think we're seeing that even more with what we saw Caven play into the online regional, which was this water control CL, and it's not really like we've seen before. It wasn't really going for like heavy swings. It wasn't really going for beguiling coups that kind of closes the game. It was playing I want to call it an honest game of Grand Archive where it's just play a card, counter your stuff, and then I'm going to keep pinging you for 2 until you're dead.
Yeah, I think we've seen something similar from Caven before, where he tried to play Tristan with no slice and dice and just like I'm gonna purely outvalue you kind of thing. Uh, but we do have some deck lists. I'm really excited about this matchup. We have a Water Terra Daochan against a Fire Terra Daochan. And we'll see which element comes out on top. Water has a lot of benefits when it or Water Daochan has a lot of benefits in the Aqueous Rejection, and Fire Daochan has a lot of burn spells. It also has access to Searing Rebuke, which could be really big. So I'm excited to see how this turns out.
Yeah, and the cool part about both these lists is one of them has them sideboard, one of them's running main board, but we are seeing Lu Bu played in these lists, which is something that I want to see this card played. I think it's a really nifty card, but being able to finally see decks be like, you know what, I'm gonna start using this card now. Is hopefully we're gonna see it played here. Will we see a level 4 Lu Bu champion? I don't think so, but it'd be
Wow.
cool.
It would be cool. I think I've played a little bit of Terra Dao Chen. I've played exactly one Lubu. I have resolved exactly one Lubu. So we'll see how it goes here. We do have the Fragmented Fire Spirit. It gives you the Phantasia right away. That's adding to your Phantasia count for your Dao Chen level 2 effect. Uh we the prime card for the Fire Terror Douch or the Fire Daochan list overall. Uh, this card, I mean, it's just so good. It gives you so much value overall. It gives you so much card draw and your glimmer counters, right? This Fire Boom Flourish. Really, really good turn one play from Joel here.
And it's really playing fragmented. The whole reason you're probably playing this deck is to try to find that card. We talked about it before when people played this list. We've talked about it even at the level 1 version, that this list kind of lives and dies by resolving the Fire and Flourish, which is why you want to protect it and you want to see it early.
Ooh, we have a Shu Chang from Snuggly Rum here. This card, I think this card is so good. It's just it's just a pain in the butt that sticks around for a really long time. It needs to be attacked into, which, Fire Terra doesn't have a lot of attacks, right? They're much more of a spells kind of deck. So this could stay here for a really, really long time, and every single turn, it's just going to tax you and tax you and tax you. And, you know, water, you already started on a fragmented spirit, which only draws you 6 cards at the beginning, so you're already kind of down in card, and you don't want to go further down in cards, but I can't see a way to them for remove this domain here.
No, it's definitely gonna be something that you're really gonna be looking for at least some way to push in. And with this list as well, we're seeing this run a little bit more. We saw it with the traditional, not as many allies as you mentioned, a lot more spells. And as well with this deck doesn't necessarily spend a lot of those spells that could target the domain on targeting it in this situation. So it's going to be something you're going to have to figure out how to play around. Either do we save to play stuff during recollection to maybe eat that trigger off right away, or do we just kind of maybe play on my opponent's turn?
Yeah, I think those are the two. I think those are definitely going to be the two options you have to go for. Looking at the list, there is one ally in the entire list, and it is Lubu. And so you cannot actually activate that card unless you are Terra. And so this is going to stick around at least till level 3. But like you said, you can play around it. You play cards during your opponent's turn. You play cards before your recollection to sort of get that taxing done and gone with, and keep doing the rest of your game plan.
100%.
See?
And that's and we will probably see. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to kind of see a very quick try to get the 3 in this kind of situation from the Fire Dalchan. I could see that may be kind of in the radar to be like, let's get kind of the pieces on board, get to 3, and then start putting some pressure. And here with the Water Dalchan, in this case, you're sitting pretty right now, where you kind of have the start you want. You can now take some time. Your opponent's not going to be able to rush you down as quickly as his deck has done in the past. So I think you're gonna take your time, kind of setting up defenses and kind of setting up for your, I wouldn't say your combo pieces, but kind of setting up your defenses while you have this time.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this Water Terra list doesn't really play like fractal heavy, sort of Phantasia heavy kind of game plan. At least before you get to level 3, it focuses much more on the going to level 3, putting those flower bloom tokens on it, on your opponent, and then blooming those into flowers that deal different effects to win you the game. But as you're going up there, not a lot of fractals. You don't have to worry about like glimmering refusal for a ton, and you don't have to worry as much about like glimmer counters and stuff like that. You know, if when you have a bunch of fractals and you have a bunch of Phantasia, you do end up getting so many glimmer counters off of Daochan's level 2 effect, and you have to always worry, oh, they have this many glimmer counters. Like, can I do this? Can I not do this? So, less of worrying about that, more worrying about like getting to level 3 and doing some Terra stuff, which I think is really cool. I really like Terra as an element, so I'm glad to see it here.
Yeah, and usually we've seen kind of these water Dalchan as in the past. We've either seen this be fire level 1 playing fractals, or we've seen this water level 1 playing
Yeah,
fractals. So this is going to be a unique experience being able to see the decks actually push 3, because I think the last time I ever played against a list like this was probably the regionals post nationals in North
yeah,
America. I think the last time I saw this list.
yeah. That was like as soon as like Abyssal Heaven dropped, right? That was like when the set completely came out, and everyone's like, "Oh, I think these are this deck is nice and cool, and like I think there was like one Fire Terra list that I think Chess Club was running. Um and I think they had exactly one Terra card in their entire list, and it was the one that lets you animate Phantasia. It was what was the Terra card? Yeah, Scepter. It was Scepter of Awakening. That one, yeah. This one, it just so that you can animate those Phantasias and then have them come in. They get a buff counter as well, so they can actually represent a decent amount of damage. But this was the only Terra card in the entire deck. We'll
And
see.
we are seeing both lists on Scepter Awakening in this one, so we might see some Phantasia on Phantasia beatdown as part of the end game here.
Yeah. So something to note, this acquiescent rejection card, we've seen this card in the Caban list as well. We've seen this card sort of pop up more after the Ryle ban. It's I think it's a little 50-50 on how people feel about it. We were talking earlier about it. Um it's pretty good, but you do have to go down a card, and then they'd be like, and then they can just say, yeah, it's fine, I negate it, which gets you your game plan. But I think really what most people want to do with this card is draw 2 cards. Uh, and I think they'll take the negate. It's like, yeah, I kind of wish like you played it, but like also let me draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and one of the big thing is it's in certain matchups, and especially in certain kind of situations, especially kind of the best example that I was given when now playing this card is your opponent says, "Hey, I need to get to level 3. I'm going to Dungeon Guide," and you
Yeah,
say, "Cool, stop it." Or I'm going to draw 2 cards. And it's those situations where normally be like, yeah, I'm just going to let him negate it. I don't want to get him value. But now you're in a situation of, do I forego my game plan for
yeah.
this turn just to be able to say, yeah, I don't, don't draw 2.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the mind game that you're playing with a card like this. I think it's really cool overall. I think making your opponent think, do I want to give them value, or do I want to slow down my game plan? Can I afford to slow down my game plan versus uh giving them a speed up on their influence or game plan overall. Oof. This card, okay. Capulating Opulence. We saw this as a sort of tech option in the fractal list, in the Burst Asunder Water Daochan list. This card so is so good. It's such a pain in the butt. Everything you do it just costs so much more. Your backup charger, your GCR, if you want to banish your safeguard amulet, it costs 2 more. Almost everything costs 2 more, and it just becomes such a taxing card overall. On top of your Shuzang, I mean, this is like we're really, really slowing down Joel here overall.
Yeah, and look at a little bit more of Snuggles' list. They're also running Yeti, so this is 100% a. If you get late game, you're getting taxed.
Yeah,
Everything is getting taxed.
this is this is Water Terra Taxes, Daochan.
We saw horse and taxes. Now we're back to,
Yeah,
I guess,
now
Fantasias and taxes.
yeah. We saw that people kind of playing similar to this when the like Arasana, I think it was Hanky was playing like the Arasana water DOA taxes list for like one event total, and everyone's like, man, I hate this deck. This deck just doesn't let me do anything.
Listen, one thing I've learned from all my time playing TCGs, regardless of what game it is, we hate paying taxes. We
Yep.
all hate it.
Yeah, and something interesting to note here, like I just said, we have the Quicksilver, and the Quicksilver, you put another Regalia under the Quicksilver on enter. Banishing the Quicksilver does cost 2, and then banishing the card under it also costs 2. And so moving forward, we have to think around, can I need enough cards in hand, enough influence to actually pay 2 for every single time that I use this, or that I banish Quicksilver, or I banish the card under Quicksilver. This is kind of like the worst. Like Quicksilver is kind of like the worst card against calculating opulence, because now you're guaranteed to have to pay 4 overall to use, to get the benefits of Quicksilver, which is kind of rough.
It is not fun, and it's what you'll usually see as players have to play around this is they'll usually like instead of popping in the situation they need it, they'll pop Grail, end of your opponent's turn, pay the 2, recollect, and then most likely use it and have it ready. But man, it
Mhm.
feels so bad. Have to delay again what you're doing. So you quote unquote still kind of hide a materialization, but it
Mhm.
just feels so rough to have to play around it.
Yeah, and we saw another acquiescing rejection. I mean, we're like w- everything we're doing is getting interacted with, and they're not drawing cards, but all of our cards are being negated, which is also not good, right? We I think it was a glowering conflagration that just got negated, and so that would have came in for like 3 damage or 4 damage total, which completely got negated because we don't want to have our opponent draw 2 cards extra. They already have a decent hand size, and we really got. Ooh, okay, nice. Before recollection, we're gonna use Daochan's effect, rest Daochan to use the Cinder Geyser for its discounted cost of 2 instead of 4 because our opponent has 4 cards in their memory. I really like that card, Cinder Geyser. It presents a lot of damage overall.
Especially in lists like this where you kind of just get to abuse it in multiple ways.
Yeah.
To be able to kind of push pressure some more damage, utilize the counters you're getting off the Daochan going level 2. Overall just a really fun card, especially
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
deck like this where we saw Faiza and stuff use it as a kind of a clear, but being able to kind of play it more. I want to say its intended purpose of just burn to face. It's so much
Mhm.
fun to see.
Yeah, and we'll see how this turns out. So one thing to know about, Fire Terror Daochan versus Water Terror Daochan is Fire is faster as an element most of the time. And so while we are, slowing down our opponent, that we are also not going to be doing very much damage overall until we have those flowers and we have those flowers bloomed. I believe the Water Terra is not playing Lubu in the main. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're trying to bloom those flowers once we are Terra. So it will take a long time for the Water Terra Daochan to, represent a bunch of damage here, but Fire Terra can do it much quicker. So we'll see if they can get there before, they everything gets taxed out of their hand.
Yeah, and on top of at this point, we're kind of in the point now. We're already kind of ahead in the race in this case
Mhm.
scenario. We're already pressuring damage. So right now, we're yeah, wouldn't be surprised if we just start seeing the Fire Dalchian just say every turn, burn you, burn you, burn you, and we're just gonna make this a slow bleed until you can present something that I just can't deal with.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing the Phantasia. We're seeing the Phantasia count sort of increase slowly, steadily. We do have to pay 4 for the Fractal of Insight, which is a little unfortunate, but we are gonna get those Glimmer counters at the end of the turn, and we are gonna be able to activate those cards from our memory using Daochan's effect. So not terrible overall, but definitely being slowing down. Oh no, this is. I believe this is gonna be probably pointed at. I don't. Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah. So this
Yep.
is this is what we were talking about earlier, right? When you have the Capulating Opulence out, you cannot just activate the Quicksilver Grail because you have to pay 2, right? And then the Shuzhang making it so that the card that you activated from hand costs 4 instead of 2 means you can't do that. So this is a complete definitely worthy of the name taxes, I think.
Oh, 100%. I will say though, did get another Fantasia, so that does so the trade here
Yeah,
isn't the worst, at least in that regard, but
yeah. That's yeah.
if
We do get we do get a little bit of benefit. I don't know if it'll be enough to matter, but see if we got. Oh, interesting. I do like this card, Water Barrier, the one that was just banished. It is really good. It's a float. If you're a cleric or a mage, and it also eats up 1 instance of any kind of damage. So it's pretty good. I like it as a tech card. Yeah, and it is also a cleric spell reaction, which means you can use Doubtchance level 3 effect. I believe I don't think it's being represented, but I think we are putting wither counters on. I'm assuming everything. uh, from Daochan level 3's effect. So we'll see how it goes.
I
I
would not be
believe.
shocked if we're going to see that, which, no, at this point, no real reason not to in that regard, which a lot of times the level 3 Daochan can just kind of work as almost a take an extra turn after this one kind of approach. When
Yeah.
your opponent says, yeah, put everything down, back to you.
Yeah, no, totally. And I mean, we're here. This is where we start making Phantasias. But I mean, we are playing against another Daochan, and so putting a bunch of Phantasias on their board is detrimental, even though they are going to benefit you overall. The person who actually blooms the flowers. But it's not going to be fantastic if you just load your opponent Daochan's board with even more Phantasias, especially a Fire Daochan, because of because of how much uh burn spells there are, how many spells that deal damage based on Phantasias, right? We'll see how.
It looks like we're debating on what to save for the last two because the fractals tap for themselves to pay for their own cost, essentially. And then I did see the point to the other four. And the Amy got materialized this turn. So it looks like, yep, everything was paid to keep around.
Yeah, this is one thing. It is a one-time cost that you have to pay for Pterodactyl's effect. Once you have a wither counter at the beginning of your main phase, you pay one, where one is how many wither counters on the objects you control. And so it essentially, like you said, buys you a full turn where you have to put your whole hand down to keep all of your objects on the board, the Scepter of Fascination, your Safeguard, all of your Fractals or your Phantasias. Uh, really, really good in terms of buying a thing. Ooh, and we are going to bloom. I believe this is going to bloom. Oh, no, we are using the alternative uh, card, or the alternative thing that the card does. If you pay 2, you can discard the card, empower 2, and draw a card from it. And then I think we're just playing out the Blossoming Denial for the heal and the flowers.
It does look like it.
I think this is one of, if not probably the best card in Terra Daochan. Uh, being able to negate something unless they pay 3, and then also summon 2 flower buds, and then also recover X, where X is the Phantasias you control at fast speed. Really, really, really good. I mean, I think this is the card that, like, probably the card that most gives you Phantasias. If when you went to level 3, if you didn't get to destroy a lot of the stuff on the enemy board, then you can't really make a ton of flower blooms. So we'll see the Scepter of Awakening here. This is the card that's gonna eventually start beating you up with these Phantasia allies. So what was that, Morgan? Is that
That is a
Morgan's troll
Morgan coming
guy?
down.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I like it. It can't really be removed, right? You don't have any allies, and it cannot take non-combat damage, so completely stops your healing of any capacity. And then also lets you glimpse one and recover one. So I think we are just going to outvalue and outtax our opponent, sort of outgrind them into oblivion. We do
Makes
see
and it,
the
and it makes sense for kind of how this list is playing it as well. If Morgan is going to see if any matchup is going to be very, very good for Morgan to come into play, this is probably one of them. Being able
yeah
to tell your opponent where now the anti-recover not necessarily is crazy against Fire Daochan. Like the level, we could see some affecting a little bit of the level, some of the level 3 game plan, but outside of that, the big thing is can't kill it with targeted spell damage. So you have to swing into it. And right now, we're still same boat, no allies to really
yeah
threaten what's happening right now.
yeah. We will have to go to level 3 where we can put down that Lubu and kill the Morgan Soul Guide. But then you also have the Shu Zhang, and so like, do you swing into the Shu Zhang or do you swing into the Morgan? I don't think you care too much about the Morgan. You're not really healing that much on this list. I think, like you said, um, I think if anything, you want to get rid of that Shu Zhang so that everything you do stops being taxed so much. But oh, and like you said earlier, I mean, this is exactly the card that you want to see when someone dungeon guides, right? They negate it or they let you draw 2 cards, and so I believe, yeah, like you said, you don't want your dungeon guide to be negated. You need your dungeon guide to go through. So,
And
dungeon
these are
guide
exact
resolves.
scenarios where this card shines so
Yeah,
much, where it's your opponent is in a very, very bad situation where it's very hard to make, because normally we could just say let negate it. Don't give them value. Do never give your opponent value. But in these situations, if you're losing more value than you value 2 cards, that's where the kind of the proposition comes into play. Is it worth saying negate the card when I'm already behind? And this card just shines so well in these kind of situations where you need it. You need to go to 3 here. Unfortunately, that's the that's the game you got to play.
yeah, and now similarly to a little bit earlier in the game, we put wither counters on all of our opponents' objects. Now we we see the fire Daochan doing it to the water Daochan. Uh, we'll see how much they choose to keep. Like we said earlier, it is rough when you're playing the mirror match because normally you would want to make those flower buds so that you can bloom them into things that benefit you, but you can't really do that against water or against Terra Daochan overall, right? Because you're increasing the number of Phantasias that they have, and everything will just kind of spiral out of control. We'll see the act. We'll see resting the Scepter of Awakening to make one of our Phantasias into an ally and give it a buff counter. We're choosing the Copulating Opulence. I believe that is now a 4/4, right? Copulating Opulence is reserve cost 3. That's pretty good having a 4/4, a 4/4 that can turn into a 5/5 next turn. We have a decent amount
On
of inevitability coming in.
and as well as the ability still on there. So not
Yeah.
only is it a 4/4, but it's a 4/4 that's saying good luck with those regalia.
Yep. And we do have we have so much regalia on board from Joel here, and every single one of them is going to cause for the Everflame Staff, the Scepter of Fascination, or the Safeguard Amulet. They will all cost 2 to activate the effect. Mm.
And here we go. Here's the paying our taxes, showing the tax man what we got, what we're keeping.
Okay, so we let. Okay, so I think we're using our fractals to pay for Shuzheng to stick around, or yeah, it seems like that's what's going on. So we're using our fractals to pay for Shuzhang, really, really valuing the taxing. Oh, interesting. We're even letting the Scepter of Awakening go.
We got to have something real good in our hand. Well, that's a pretty good one.
Ooh, okay.
That's yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Out of I've talked about this a lot to teammates who wanted to play this list. They've wanted to play both like Terra Kongming and for Terra Daochan. And one of the things they've asked, they're like, what card? I'm like, listen, it's the Sage. The
Yeah.
Sempiternal Sage is insane value because of the fact that it has preserve. This card is
Yes.
so hard to get out of your opponent's hand, and every time you attack with it, you're probably recovering 3. So it's just saying you take 3, I heal 3. You take 3, I heal 3. And it's that slow grind where you're like, I cannot find the end to the stupid card.
Yeah, like you said, it is really, really hard to get rid of this card, especially once we get later into the game where we don't really want to materialize anything important, right? We just want to, use the preserve effect, just add the card to our hand instead, and then play it out that turn again. Swing for 3, recover 3, they try to kill it again, you bring it back. This is like it's kind of like Sadie with extra steps, you know what I mean? They try to kill it, they try, it doesn't work. They bring it out next turn once again.
Preserve mechanic is by far one of my favorite mechanics in the game for this reason.
Mhm.
For it's just I'm running out of regalia. We're in this long grindy game, but I'm gonna keep getting value.
Yeah, I mean, I was really a fan of when Terra Sylvie, when Slime Sylvie was running amok all over the format. I was really a fan of the one of Terrasite because if you see that card and you're level 3, you can just get so much value, and especially that deck ran QSG, Quicksilver Grail, and so you lose the ability to use GCR, and now you get GCR every turn, and that's sick. That's amazing.
Sometimes it's also just getting the extra card in hand. Was sick for it. I always
Yeah,
made it my 61st card every time I played
yeah,
Sylvie. I'm like, I got my
exactly.
60 and then Terrasite.
So I believe I think we have to. Are we paying for these? I believe we have to pay to banish these cards or banish the regalia for effects.
Because I didn't see any more bloom or I didn't see any more
Oh
wither
no no no!
counters
This
around.
is this is yeah this is ripples of atrophy. I believe the card is called. Yeah,
Oh, I
this
did.
card.
Oh, I
Yeah,
completely missed ripples actually.
yeah, so they swung with the Sempiternal Sage, empowered 3, and then casted Ripples of Atrophy, which does put wither counters on 2 of or anything really that you choose, but it does put 2 wither counters on it. So wow, what a way to completely clear the board. I mean, this is looking like a shutout game. The damage isn't really going anywhere. We're not really doing a ton of damage, but one of our game plans is being heavily hindered, and the other one is being thing. Are we just had to put 6 cards down for a Lubu, which means now we cannot use the Lubu effect. This would be the perfect time to use a Daochan effect and kill the Lubu as well. I mean, just add insult to injury. But we are gonna
Or
kill the Sempiternal Sage. Ooh, no, no, no. I Oh, it has vigor. Okay. Yeah, I mean, go to our turn. I bring Sempiternal Sage back into my hand. I cast it again. I kill your Lubu, and then now you you have to play even more cards out of your hand. This is truly is like
oh,
rubbing salt on a very deep wound.
it looks like he's attempting to pop the terrafring here, but it does cost two
Mm,
more.
yeah, that
So
is
we
true.
may want to let them know, hey, unfortunately, that costs two.
Yeah,
Because I believe you still keep the abilities even when your Phantasia becomes an ally.
yeah. It just it,
Do
it
not
just
believe that
says it
changes.
also can swing like an ally. Yeah,
Oh, yep, there we go.
yeah. Okay, so we do rewind it back. We see another ripples of atrophy, I believe, or is this a the purple cards are a little bit hard to make out with the Terra Chant. Oh, so
That
we are
look,
blooming them.
and I believe that's Winter's
Yeah, okay,
Chill.
Winter's Chill.
I
Yeah, yeah.
believe.
So we are blooming them. Um, Interesting.
It looks like we're
We
going for the flood tokens, if I am correct here.
Yeah, that is definitely Flood Bloom. Uh, Interesting. I believe that card. Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't that card mill you? Does
Yep,
it?
it banished the top two cards of your deck. So at this point, so
Oh,
it's
where
gonna be
the Oh,
yep,
okay. So, I see. I see. So it's a little bit hard to tell because of the nature of webcams, but the flower bloom token or flower bud tokens were on the opponent. Obviously, there's no way to represent that over cam. So the flower bloom tokens on the Water Terra Daochan's board are actually belonging to the Terra Daochan player, and then they bloomed them all into flood blooms, and we are now in a mill game plan. There are 5 flood blooms. That means every turn you lose 10 total cards. That's a clock. That's a clock if you've ever seen one.
it's and with your opponent at 25 life, that is a clock that I do not want to be racing.
Yep. And everything you do is getting taxed, and you can't recover, and you can't, or you're being taxed on the effects of your regalia. It's a tough hill to climb. Do get to keep our Lubu though.
Yep, and we did see the activation for Lubu's attack, so we did get to see the double swing off Lubu.
Okay, this is like a super good card. The name escapes me. Staff. It's
I believe is that the Staff of Blossoming Will, I believe.
yes. Okay, yeah. This is unentered draws you a card. You can pay one, rest it, and then make another Flower Blood token on whoever you want. It's target player. I'm assuming these are also on your opponent's board, because you are going to bloom them once again to get you even more benefit. Maybe more flood blooms, maybe the ones that recover you, or maybe the ones that do damage. I think probably more flood blooms because like you already have 5 of them, and making it go faster is never going to be a downside. See what we choose here. Oh, is it Sage? I think it's Sage.
Yep,
Yeah,
area is back out.
it
Just
is
remember
Sage.
me? Took a turn
Yep.
off to mill you, but I'm back and I'm going for 3.
Yep. And are we choosing recover?
Yep, we're seeing the recover going there.
Yeah.
Which at this point,
And
there's
then
not too much you would need the empower for unless you have another wither. But I think you've done enough damage to your opponent's board. You can you can forego.
yeah. I mean, really, like we don't really have to do anything, right? As the water player, we really just every turn can summon some Eternal Sage, uh, swing for 3, recover 3, and then let our opponent mill themselves out. Like it is not up to us to end the game here. I think our flower blooms, our tokens are gonna do it all for us, and we can just every turn bring this sage back into our hand, and then just swing 3, recover 3. Ooh, okay, not bad. Do we see a response? Maybe we rest our Daochan. Doesn't look like it.
Just seeing the rebuke, say you healed there and put it right back on you.
Yeah. Okay. Not bad. We'll see if we can do something here. We are, 9 life. We can get there. Uh, you are playing against a water deck, so you do have to worry about negates. We'll put down another fractal. Okay. Okay, this could be good. We can see another sort of searing rebuke plus, rest the 2 fractals, ping ourselves, deal up to 9 damage, depending on how you resolve the cards. I believe the Searing Rebuke should now go to grave.
Let me see. I think he played it during Recollection, but I thought it was in response to the Morgan swing. Yeah, that's what I'm
Oh,
starting.
I see.
I'm
Okay,
starting to
so
think it was the Fire Bloom trigger is what he was responding to. So we thought it was the Morgan, but actually it was just kind of quick moving into his turn to say, "All right, I'm doing this."
yeah, so we'll see. So I mean that the cards in the deck are a little bit slim here. We'll see how many turns it takes to actually mill out our opponent, but
Oh, looks like we did
oh
see a
wait,
concession here saying,
yeah,
"Hey, yeah, I'm not raising that.
yeah,
Let's go to the next one."
yeah. That makes sense. I mean, one of the things that you have to know as a competitive player of Grand Archive is how to manage your time, right? It is a best of 3. So you have 2 more turns or 2 more tries to win the match overall. So we'll see if our next game goes a little bit smoother. We'll toss over. We'll see if there's any response in our sideboards that maybe make this matchup a little bit more or maybe a little bit less punishing from from Joel here.
Yeah, we'll definitely start with the fire deck, because the fire is the one that's definitely going to be wanting to bring some things in to kind of deal
Yeah.
with a lot of these issues. Most likely, what we'll probably be seeing is we'll probably see the sparks come in for more of that unpreventable damage. We did see our opponent already kind of reveal ways to kind of stop damage from coming in, protect it. So we could see the sparks start coming into into the board. Unstable fractal, not so sure. I could be as a chance to try to respond to some of my opponent's regalia, but don't think as much. And as we saw, Resolute Stand is probably not going to do too much in this matchup, or Crystalline Destiny. This is just kind of a very awkward. Everything my opponent's doing is kind of not the traditional meta, so it's kind of a very hard call to what do we bring in into a deck that doesn't kill me in the traditional ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think there, like you said, I don't think there's that many answers. The Yeah, I don't think there's that many things you can actually do. There are no allies on the sideboard, so the Shuzhang will just stay around. I would have loved to seen a demolition from the Terra Daochan in the sideboard. That would have been kind of cool because it does target domains. You can actually destroy domains with it. On top of that, it is a fire. It is a card that deals damage. Right, we have seen demolition being ran in these sort of fire burn decks. It's good ally removal. It's can handle domains. I think it would have been a good card overall to include in the list. We'll see from. Ooh, okay. We see in the water list we do have 3 Frostworn Paladins in the side, and I mean I think I'm never opposed to playing Frostworn Paladin. How about you, Neat?
Yeah, I mean, I love the card. If I have a chance to mainboard them in any water deck, I'm going to. And this is actually one where if my opponent's not really threatening me with any kind of allies, and I'm not really dealing with, and it's going to be all burn. At that point, I don't even know if I bring him in this matchup. Weirdly enough,
Yeah,
because I didn't feel like I needed like the pressure. The Daochan was that high, um, in that regard. But I do probably see some expelled departeds coming into this into this matchup though.
definitely, definitely. Maybe some blanches too, get a little bit more protection. There are some blanches in the sideboard. Maybe those can come in for a little bit more protection from these burn spells. Uh we don't have any allies really, so you kind of always get the value of level 2 blanch at fast speed. Uh we'll see. Scorching Imperilment come down and then passing over. I believe this is the one that lets you discard a card and draw a card during your end phase, during both players' end phase, actually. So
Yeah,
providing a little bit
it's
of value to your opponent, but you hopefully you get to use more of the benefit from that.
yeah, this is actually a card that is really it's like I am very 50-50 on this card. Probably more than the counter spell. Just because there's so many decks with floating memory, there's so many decks with liminal guides. Like right now, I don't want to be giving my opponent the free option of end of turn. Yeah, I'll pitch a liminal guide. Why not?
Yeah, I mean the biggest problem with, or especially after Ryle, right? Like the biggest problem with having these sort of Spectre cards was if you draw them without a way to discard them, they're kind of dead in your hand, right? But if your opponent plays a card that just says, "Hey, for free, discard this and also draw a card," I mean, I think that's huge. Oh my god, dredging streams. I've seen so many people pick up this card. I actually picked up this card as well in my water lists. Um, we were I was building Nico and I was thinking of a way to like sort of deal with like the Ryle package and people discarding liminal guides. And I saw this card and I was like, wait a minute. This is it. This is the card that helps me do that. And I've seen a lot of water decks overall put this card in their decks for this specific reason of, hey, during my end phase, I remove your float. And then when I level up, this card will become float for me. And so now it's, I mean, double value really.
Oh, like, and this is one of the cards where when it comes to when I talk about design of Grand Archive, what I wanted to see with kind of like these anti graveyard type of card designs, this is like the exact style card I want to see. Is I want to be able to play something to deal with my opponent's floating memory slash graveyard, but also be able to get the value back from forcing myself to do it. And this is one of those cards where I love this fast activation, so it deals with end of turn floating. You be able to get floating off of it, so you're technically drawing a card in a sense, gaining influence
Mhm.
is a way to put it. And I just think dredging streams by far one of my favorite tech cards coming out of DTR.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. I think it's like, when we as an answer to, the stuff that we were seeing a little bit earlier in the set with the liminal guide and the floating memory with Rally Abyss. It's a really, really good answer. Uh we'll see if we have another one. I mean, that would be so punishing, but we have seen this water list sort of lean into the punishment, as it were.
We have also seen them draw 4 copies of the same card from their deck. Very so I wouldn't be shocked if we see it somehow, some way.
Yeah. I think we did see four acquiescing rejections, I think.
Listen, the worst you can say is no, right?
Ooh, okay.
And
I mean,
early
yeah,
blonde coming
this is
down.
oh, yeah, okay. So I mean, we had the response. Sometimes they have it. Sometimes you can't do anything about it, right? Uh but like we said, Blanche, pretty good card to come in into this matchup. We are completely all non-combat damage focused, so being able to being able to use the Blanche to prevent a lot of that, pretty good.
Oh, for sure. And it's and be fair, as the water player trying to just in this case, your goal is to stay alive while you build up your wall in a sense. Having
Yeah,
your opponent throw that on a blanche rather than at your face feels pretty good.
definitely, definitely. And I mean, what a wall this waterless can build, right? We saw it last game with the with the Shuzhang and the copulating opulence. We have not seen as sort of as good of a start this game. We are able to get our Phantasias out, get our QSG with our card hidden under it. Capulating opulence not really a factor right now, but we'll see if okay. Kind of looked like we might have had an acquisition rejection, but maybe let it go. And then maybe we respond to this one. I think so. Okay. I mean, we do see a pretty hefty Phantasia count from Joel's side here. We have 5 right now, so those burn spells are going to come in for quite a hefty damage here. We'll see if we can survive long enough to get to that level 3 where we can slow down our opponent, hopefully to a crawl. Daochan is really, really good at doing that. The flower bloom tokens that can bloom into. We have some heal herbs. We have herbs that do damage over time. Herbs that, like we saw last game, really mill you out. Um, so we'll see if we can get our game plan rolling. Not as good of a start. So we'll see if we can get there.
Yep, and we are seeing the we're seeing the level, and unfortunately with 2 Ravenous Spires means each level's taken a hit to 4 for us, which would not be shocked if we're gonna take another 4 next turn, just try to get the 3 and deal with this board. Or at least give us a chance to breathe. Because unlike last game, our opponents not we're not slowing them down. They're that train's starting to move and quickly
Mhm.
leaving us behind.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the perfect way to do it, right? This buys you an entire turn. None of the Fantasia on Joel's board is uh are reservable, and so we will have to go almost completely hands down to keep all of these. If you do want to keep all of these, and I think you do, you need those Fantasias in order to do the damage that you need to win the game. Um, so buying a full turn here, not bad honestly, in terms of buying yourself time to do things, to do the stuff that you need to sort of stabilize. Oof, it's a pretty hefty shimmering refraction here. It's coming in for 5 already, and then we're gonna draw a card into memory from its effect. Oh no. Okay, I thought this was gonna be a Scepter of Fascination and do it again. that would have been that would have been a little bit scary, but
Oh, that would have
it
been
is
terrifying.
yeah, it is the Sigil of Burning Embers. we this card is pretty good. I mean, I like it comes in hindered, so it makes sense to banish the Quicksilver Gale during your opponent's end phase, so that when it comes to your turn, it wakes up. It deals damage as a spell, equal to the number of Glimmer counters that you remove. Right now we have really none. But once we go to level 2, we will have that. We will have 5 essentially every turn coming back. So it could sneak in for a quick 5 at fast speed here. But not quite there yet. We're still level 1, still kind of doing the low to the ground stuff. So we have I believe we have a Wither trigger for 5 right now. We have 5 Wither triggers, I should say. I think we want to pay for all of these probably.
Most likely,
Definitely,
'cause I don't think we
definitely.
want to lose too many
Yeah,
Phantasias, which we right now with our opponent already we're already past the Ravenous Pyre stage of this. I could see maybe letting the Ravenous Pyres go if we have something really spicy to play in hand. But at the same time, kind of keeping up that damage off the Phantasias realistic probably seems a little more in our ballpark. But we already have seen 2 of our burn spells go out that care about the Phantasia count. So maybe at this point, only knowing 2 are left in the deck and we really haven't probably seen them yet,
hmm
maybe it's worth to just keep the ones that are important, not keep the ones that are unfortunately dead now that our opponent's level 3.
yeah, totally. I mean, we are, I we are 1 card in hand from our water player here, so not, we're not super troubled. We could take a turn off really if we want to, because we're not really being pressured, and then we have 10 damage on the board. We have only 15 to go, and Fire Daochan can actually do 15 damage pretty easily here. So yeah, so it looks like we're paying for all of them. We do still have 2 cards in hand. Uh, I don't believe we get any. Yeah, we don't get any Fire Bloom first triggers because we do have too much influence. So we'll see if we can do something next turn. Oh man, we are losing. Oh no. Oh, the Dredging Streams. Yeah, I mean that's actually so sick. I totally forgot about that. That card is float if you are level 2. Milling and Acquiescing Rejection is not fantastic. So we'll see here. We'll make more Flower Bloom tokens. Um, I believe because of where he placed it, this one's probably maybe on him.
Yeah, it's also we're using one of the actual Flower Boom tokens and not
Yeah,
the special Lucky Lukey art. So I'm looking probably like, yeah, that's how he distinguishes which I'm keeping versus what my opponent's keeping.
right. Okay. Well, playing out of Morgan again. Not a ton of healing from Joel here. We'll see if we can see how much damage we can do. We have the Everflame staff coming out. We will have a counter coming in from the Firebloom Flourish. We'll see if we can do enough damage here to go over. We only have 1 card in memory, but we do have 2 Glimmer counters, and so we will be able to play at least 1 card from our Daochan effect. Hopefully, that card really ends up being crucial. Maybe another Acquiescing Rejection. That would be pretty good.
Looks like we're gonna dungeon guide to 2 here.
Okay, this can be pretty. This can be pretty bad. So we will get uh 5 Glimmer counters. That means that Ember or Sigil of Burning Embers represents 5 more damage. Uh, let's see here.
We about to see the double dungeon guide.
I mean, that would be. I don't think you need to, but maybe no. Oh, okay. This is a
Ooh.
lot of damage. We'll see if we have a response here from memory from Daochan, but right now this is representing 6 damage. It'll put a counter on the Everflame staff as well. Uh, and during our end phase, we'll get our Glimmer counters. We can rest the Sigil of Burning Embers, do more damage, That will put our last third counter on our Everflame staff, and we can probably kill in response to a materialization here. If we do that. Okay, we have 6 Glimmer counters right now. Okay, we'll see if we respond to the materialization. I believe this is probably gonna go on a dungeon guide, I'm assuming. Or oh, actually, on Morgan. Yeah, I think I think yeah. So in response, uh we're gonna rest Sigil Burning Embers. We're gonna deal 6, and then I believe this will put our last counter on the Everflame staff to deal the remaining damage. It'll do 4 damage total.
It looks like it, which doesn't look like there's too many responses here from that.
Yeah, we also have Scepter of Fascination, which will be another card from our memory, because it does give us 2 Glimmer counters as well. So this game looking like it's pretty over. Yeah, we see them going over the next round. I mean, that was a much better game coming from the Daochan, from the Terra Daochan, or the Fire Daochan, sorry. Um not really not really a lot of Terra going on from the from the Fire Daochan here. That just looked like a pretty standard fire burn, fire burn chan kind of deck. Uh
Yeah, it really looks like this list is like instead of playing more of the Terra, just as like a way to like it's an end game, kind of what you see with the water deck. This is more of a we will go Terra as a way to hopefully clear our opponent's boards or quote unquote take an extra turn in some regard, force our opponent to put entire influence down, and then we just say, cool, here's a Lubu that's gonna hit you for who knows how much damage. Hopefully 8 every turn. But be fair, this deck also has the potential of just doing Fire Daochan does something really well, and that's just a lot of damage very quickly. And when your opponent says, "Hey, there's no taxes this game," you're like, "Cool, no taxes, I'll take
yeah.
it."
Getting to play a tax-free game as Fire Daochan is really good, and it does, like you said, a lot of damage, which we will need because we only have 6 minutes left in the round. So we kind of have to get a bit of a quick game here, so that if we want to have a winner and not get a draw. But Fireburn Chan can kind of do that, right? Maybe not this list because it's focusing kind of on the Terra stuff, but we did see it. We did see it kind of do that last game, so we'll see if we can do that a little bit more accelerated this time.
And I would not be shocked if we see the Fire Daochan play a little greedy here, knowing that there's only a couple minutes left in regulation, and on top of the deck can do it. And when your opponent water deck unfortunately takes a little bit of time to get going, it takes a little bit of time for that engine to really start taking you out. You could realistically say, "Cool, I'm going to throw everything down and see if you've got it. And if you don't, game's mine."
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if we get punished again once. I believe Fasker has been discarded in turn 1 like all 3 games, and there's been a response from pretty much every single one of them. We'll see what the some Eternal Sage, not the best, but it's a Terra card, so we can't play it right now. If I'm not mistaken, I think I'm seeing a pretty decent amount of green here in our water player's hand, which is unfortunate.
It's definitely where you don't want to be. You do not want to see a hand of majority Terra in a game where
Yeah,
your opponent is going to be playing as fast as they possibly can.
yeah. We'll see what they choose here. I believe that's a Morgan. That was Blanche. Okay. I mean that is a definitely the card you want to see. We'll see. We don't really have a response right now because we're not level 1. Uh, this will eat up 1 damage from the Fire Bloom first. So yep. So yeah, they took the damage back. Uh, yeah, like, probably should have targeted yourself. Well, I mean, not really, right? You don't have the Everflame staff out. Ooh, dungeon guiding straight to 2, huh?
I think at this point that is a hand of a lot of reactions if I'm going to make a
Yeah.
guess here.
This could be punished if we have. I don't think so though. Looks like we're letting it go.
That or we have a Lubu in hand. And we want to get to 3 as quickly as possible.
Cinder Geyser and Searing Rebuke. I mean, these are pretty good cards that we're losing here. So they're hopefully there's some sort of plan to end the game here. We do have a Fire Bloom Flourish trigger. We'll draw a card and put a Glimmer counter, or draw a card into memory and play a Glimmer counter on our champion. Seems like okay. Fast Cure during our in phase. Yeah, just using it for the float. Obviously, we taking 1 damage, so not a huge deal. Going to that level 2. Yeah, there's that tarot card that we saw. We'll see if we have anything we can really do. I mean, we only have 2 seconds or 2 minutes and 30 seconds here. These decks are both pretty slow. So I don't know if there's much we can do in terms of pressure from the water side.
No, I think at this point it's kind of stay alive for the draw, unfortunately, is where we're probably sitting at.
Yeah.
Yep. And being able to answer the Blanche here is not what you want to see. But same time, this deck has so many ways to deal with Blanche, it's no shock that it would happen.
Okay. We're going to Dungeon Guide to level 3. On enter, we're going to put Wither counters on all of our opponent's board. Right now, there's only 3 objects so far because it does not count your champion. I mean, do you really care about anything other than your Fire Bloom and maybe your Spirit Shard? I think Dungeon Guide, you don't have to pay for that at all. So we'll draw. We have a Withered Trigger. See what he chooses to pay. So I think probably 2 is the answer here because I don't think you care about the Dungeon Guide really at all.
Normally you don't, but I think in this, when you're having a pressure of 25 damage, it is still 1 damage over the course of, let's just say, you're gonna have 3 more turns. So maybe he's doing the math in his head, saying, "Hey, if I keep this out, it is gonna be 3 damage." Which, yep, I think he has done the
Okay.
mental math, being like, "I need to put as much damage as possible." So it's in this case scenario,
Yeah.
it's worth playing it.
Yeah, 1 damage. 1 damage is 1 damage. We've seen plenty of games come down to 1 damage. Not swinging with the Dungeon Guide. Oh, Heavenly Guide here is actually would have been amazing last turn because we did see our opponent Dungeon Guide to level 2. But now we're level 3, so we don't want it in our hands, so it's good to mill it. I believe we're gonna make okay, another Morgan. We've seen so many of this card so far.
We're seeing a race of the 1 damage weenies right now, is what we are seeing.
We'll see. We'll see how much we can do here. I mean, we are level 2. We do have 2 Phantasias, so we are getting a decent amount of Glimmer counter. But not really anything more than 3, right? Because we only go up 2, making up the difference from 0 to however many Phantasias you control. So we are at 3. We only have 2, so we will not gain any more. At least not from the Daochan effect. Put another Phantasia on board. Okay.
And we are in overtime, so now it's where the math has to start coming into play, is how much can I do in the next turn I'm gonna get?
Yeah, but 25 is a lot though. It is especially against a water deck that can have interaction. We do have that 1 card in memory, so we can activate Daochan's effect. I believe we are kindling a glowering conflagration here. So it'll deal 4 damage. It'll put a counter on our Everflame staff. And then we will have a Dungeon Guide for 1. Gotta make sure you swing with that Dungeon Guide.
We paid for it, we better use it.
Yeah. have a Fire Bloom Flourish trigger. We will draw a card into memory, get an additional Glimmer counter here, representing 4 damage from the Sigil of Budding Embers, and then 1 more counter on the Phantasia on the Everframe Staff. So right now, 8 damage at fast speed we can do. We do see a we
Oh
do see a
no.
Covenant of Thorns though, which is yeah, I mean, especially on the Morgan, this is a bit of a nail in the coffin, right? So all of the damage that Terra Daochan or Water Terra Daochan would take is going to be redirected to Morgan. Morgan does not take non-combat damage. Um and so this is a bit of a stalemate here.
And this is a point where I think you're at that point. I don't even think you can. Well, if you have Lubu in hand,
Yeah.
you're gonna draw. I think you're still 1 card short, unfortunately, without any fractals to make it cheaper. Because you're gonna only have 2 cards after the level to 3. You draw 1. Yeah, you're 1 card short from the Lubu. If I've done that mental math right.
Yeah. We'll see a Safeguard Amulet, but this is the last round, I believe, that Joel gets. So we need to end the game right now, or it'll be a draw. We'll see what he chooses, or we'll see if we can do anything. 22 or 20 or 19 damage? I'm bad at math.
Which, with Morgan eating all the spell damage when you are a completely
Yeah.
spell damage deck, not looking pretty.
Yeah, I don't really see a way we can get there. I believe this is Snuggling Rum's last turn. Kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope Beret, I think this card is called.
Which we need to do what 16 damage, I believe, for kill here.
Yeah.
Which off of a 2 hard card hand in water, not many options for that much damage that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Safeguard Amulet that we have, we don't have a Capitulating Opulence. Even if we did, we have the 2 cards in hand to use it. So, okay. We are activating our Scepter of Awakening from our material deck, which you can do if you have enough Phantasias. Animating our... I believe this is... Okay. Now we are animating it. Yeah, I don't see a way to end the game right now. So I believe this will be a draw.
Yep.
Yeah.
That means for our
Yep.
round 1 poll, everybody
Yep.
was wrong.
Yeah.
Should
We
have
will.
guessed draw from the beginning.
Yeah.
All I'm saying.
We did. Some really cool decks overall, though. Super, super fun. That first game was pretty like I just really, really punishing for the Fire Daochan version of the deck.
It is the game 1 is what you do not want to see when you are an aggro deck, which is I'm gonna make every card you play cost 4 on your turn, and I'm also gonna make sure that everything that you do is gonna require you to go jump through hoops to do it. So every Regali activate is gonna cost more, every card you play is gonna cost more. Oh, and by the way, this is a domain when you're not playing allies, so go ahead and
Yeah,
start using
or
try to use your
Demolition,
spells on
right?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
is a it is something you did the game 1. After seeing game 1, I thought, "Oh, man, the Daochan's really gonna have this in the bag." But then as soon as we saw game 2, where kind of in the opposite end of we talked about, if Fire Daochan sees Fire Bloom Flourish, game goes their way. Water Daochan, if they see the taxes, the game probably goes their way. And then, of course, if we don't, we kind of see the snowball that happens on both sides.
definitely. Definitely. I think there are some key cards in both decks that will sort of win you the game, or put you really, really on a good foot here. Cards like you said, Firebloom Flourish. Cards like the Shu Zhang cards like Acquiescing Rejection. These cards gain you so much value over the course of the game, right? They're exactly what you want to see in your opening hand.
Oh yeah, and it's and it's one of these things where we're gonna kind of see a lot more of, I think, a lot more of these decks, not just with the Daochan where you kind of do play control, but I'm gonna start seeing maybe a lot more of these lists as we kind of progress through this meta, as we see a little bit more of things kind of in a case slow down for the level 3 decks, but speed up for the ally and the aggro style decks. We're probably gonna see a lot more of these decks turn to more control style suites. We're doing these sort of things. We're gonna see, like, you're gonna probably see more of these taxing domains come into play. You're going to see more of these rejections come into play to say, hey, if you want to resolve this card, you're going to need to give me value. Or you're, of course, with Water Guardian, Storm of Thorns, one of the probably the best just blank the turn cards out there. And so I won't be shocked if we're going to see more and more of this style of play as we kind of progress later into this meta.
No, I totally agree. We will be back in a couple minutes here. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be back with round 2 of this week's Yeti Weekly. We'll be back in just a minute.
See y'all in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at round 2 for this week's Yeti Weekly. We saw some pretty cool decks on our first round. What do you think about? What did you think about round 1, NEETfull?
round one was definitely it. It was a slog, as we talked about. We got to see Fire Daochan do exactly what it wanted to, and we got to see Water Daochan just say, "Here's a wall, good luck." So it was. Unfortunately, it ended in a draw. I would like to see kind of how that game may have like flushed out with a little bit of extra time, a couple of extra turns, but that's the nature of control, baby. Sometimes it's you win game one and your opponent goes, "Well, I'm gonna beat you up in turn game two." So good luck on good luck
Good
with
luck
five
on game
minutes left in the
3.
round.
Yeah, no, definitely, definitely. That definitely happens, especially with a water control deck. You just, I mean, they're amazing at just playing the game at their speed, where they interact with everything you do, slow you down completely. You don't really get to play the game. They get to do whatever they want.
It's just
However,
unfortunate. It
but
takes usually 30 to 25 minutes to to be able to get there, and with only 60 minutes left in each round or 60 minutes total, math doesn't work out too well in your favor in those case scenarios. But I will
definitely.
say, let's keep on the trend of really exciting, fun lists, and we've got some spicy deck lists going into the next one. Of
Definitely.
course, everybody knows, everybody loves them. We have Jimmy Lee piloting Fire Crux Lorraine with a couple of extra tweaks in the list that we haven't really seen the list kind of take on yet in this. And then the one I'm really excited about. Would you like to introduce what this list is?
Yeah, I mean, this list is so sick. It is a Win CL playing Slice and Dice. It also plays the Looking Glass. It's kind of like a Wind Allies, but then also I'm gonna Slice and Dice you. And with 5 Omens, Slice and Dice draws 2 cards into memory. I mean, it's so cool.
This is one that we had some like slice and dice list. I'm like, yeah, okay, slice and dice, and it's like followed it up. It's CL. I'm like, we're putting that on stream. We've got to see this, and it's going to Jimmy Lee. Yeah, let's do it.
It's this list is playing Ensnaring Fumes as well. Like, it's just doing. Wait, why is this not Tristan? I'm so confused.
I honestly think it's just the value you get off of just saying I'm gonna go CL, and even if you don't go for the full five, and you just say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and get that +1, is sometimes enough to be able to put some of these attack cards in a situation where they get really scary. So just being able to CL, say slice and dice for what'll be 4 and then 7
Mhm.
is pretty nasty. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and you don't need a weapon, right? You don't need things like uh the Mercenary's Blade or the Ripper, Assassin's Ripper, to boost the damage so that it can't get prevented. Really, really good.
Yeah, and we saw Wind Allies open with what did they I would probably consider the dream opener, which is just instantly here's Ace and Protector. Good luck.
Yeah. Windmill into our buddy Asen Protector. We do have this. Like, is this Flame Rune Swordsman?
Yep, that is
Is this
the
a promo Flame Rune Swordsman? Is that what I'm saying?
yep. I think AX promo, Flame Rune Swordsman hitting the board.
This card, I mean, this card is actually. I hate this card because every time I play against this card, it's always I'm getting punched or I'm gonna give them float, and I hate that. I hate being like, okay, I'm gonna kill your ally, but also your ally's float. But if I don't kill your ally, it's gonna punch me. It's gonna beat me up all game. 4 damage every game or every turn. Yeah, I guess I'll give you the value.
Yeah, and we did see the Wind deck unfortunately banish one of those slice and dices. Hopefully, we have a few more at the ready, or could be we just didn't draw any prep stuff. So we're not. Well, there's a Sadie. I spoke a little bit too soon.
Yeah, I mean, and Sadie probably the best ally in the game. I mean, personally, I would say it has so much protection. It, obviously better if you're an assassin. It does give you the agility if you kill something, but I mean, even just being able to punch for 2 and then essentially unkillable, always be able to bring it back to hand, get you that prep generation. Such a crucial part of Wind Assassin's game plan, and now Wind CL's game plan.
Yeah, it's unfortunate you can't get the agility 3 without being an assassin, but who
Right.
cares when you say you can't kill this ally? I'm gonna keep playing it over and over again.
Yeah.
This is the night of here's allies that you just cannot deal you cannot get rid of. They just keep coming back.
Yeah, and it's one of those allies where if you leave it on the board, they get the benefit of it, but if you try to kill it, they also get the benefit. We just saw Jimmy Lee swing one of the Flame Moon Swordsmen into the Sadie, and uh Matthew just bounced it back
Yeah.
and got a prep for it. And now, I mean, we're just gonna keep our game plan rolling, our prep generation rolling. We'll see if Jimmy Lee can shut out this game here. What thing? Is this a dungeon guide?
Looks like 2 got banished, so it looks like it's a fluffy
Fluffy
shopkeep.
shopkeep.
It is a fluffy shopkeep that's getting a lot of sun.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, is that Erendite banished? I love Erendite. Erendite's like my favorite sword in the game, and I love when in soul lists play Erendite because even if you just banish one floating memory with the on enter, it's like 3 damage, and it has 2 durability, so 6 damage overall is pretty good.
It's a I will say it is a pretty great card, and with it normally just being a dead card in your material deck,
Yeah.
normally being that's one thing that kind of hurt in Soul is you kind of just lost some
Mhm.
materialization. You just didn't couldn't use them. Being able to play Fluffy Shopkeep and be like, hey, I'm gonna get value off these 2 normally terrible swords that I'm sitting with, and be able to get them back put back to when I need them feels pretty great. On top of once you hit level 3 Lorraine and you can start just kind of turning Lorraine sideways even without Ensoul, it's pretty scary when Lorraine just says, I'm going to come at you for 3, 4 damage. And you're like, yeah, I guess I'll accept that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see Matthew play out a Windbless lookout just for the prep generation. Maybe we bounce it back with another Ace Protector, but I mean, this is a very Tristan cosplaying CL that we've seen so far here.
Oh,
And okay, another Sadie. So Sadie coming in for 2 more damage, I believe. Fluffy Shopkeep has intercept, so we do get rid of the Fluffy Shopkeep, but eating up 3 damage, and then also, uh, drawing us a card into memory. Super, super good. That card, one of the breakout cards, really from DTR. Right, we saw it in a lot of lists in pretty much any fire deck that like can spare 2, useless uh material deck slots.
yeah. And it is kind of a card that we wanted to see for a while in Grand Archive, which is just we need taunt guys that replace themselves without, which for the longest time it was Starward Shieldmate, but then we started seeing a certain unique cat ally that says, what if you banished it instead? And we were all like, yeah, I guess that's a thing we can do now.
Yeah, that is another card that I am not a big fan of because you don't even have to kill it with Xiao Kao. You just have to deal damage to it.
You just got to
So
tap it. Just give it a little
you
tappy
so
tap.
you come in for one a little love tap, and then the card just gets banished, and you lose out on your flow, and you're like, man, that sucks.
Yeah, this play was bad. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
we have this. We still have the 2 Flame Rune Swordsmen on board. Uh, I think. I mean, sure. It's interesting that we had intercept, but it's interesting that we're not clearing the board. I think giving the value is something, but being punched for 2 every turn is also not great.
And I think part of it with where how Matthew's looking at this as well is killing the flame runes is sometimes good just to kind of get them off the board. But I think we also know that killing the flame runes also means he's going to get floating. So
Yeah.
we're kind of just generating value rather than we know our win con. We know we're trying to win off one big massive hit with something like slice and dice. So why clear the board and give that value when we know from the very beginning this is going to be a race?
Yeah, and it's something, and Soul really wants to get to level 3 at a pretty decent speed. So them, not killing your Flame Rune Swordsman doesn't also mean, or it also means that like you don't really give them the value because they're probably not gonna wait until you kill the Flaming Swordsman to actually level up. They're gonna level up either way. They're gonna dungeon guide to 2 or dungeon guide to 3. And so even if you are taking the damage for it, they're probably going to lose out on card value or influence by leveling up before you kill those Flame Rune Swordsmen as well.
Which, if there's a slice and dice in hand, this is a pretty beefy slice and dice.
Uh,
There it is.
hey, hey, did you take a look at that guy's hand?
That's I listen. I know how this works, at least from Tristan.
This is a lot of damage. I mean, the first one is going to come in for so 3 from Inert Sword, 1 more. So I believe 7 because we have an
Yep.
Omen as well, right? Holy.
Is with the omen should
The first one is going to go 7. The next one is going to come in 17 damage total. We are 1 damage away. Do we play this 80?
that's one ally. It's all we need.
Yep. A windmill. this that's really it's really yeah, I mean that's a that's a little
That's
salt on the wound, I think. That's you didn't have to imbue it. You
You
didn't
did
have
not
to
have the
imbue
insult
it.
injury. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
I
Don't
don't
do
that's
that.
not cool, dude.
Don't do that to him.
That was, I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about, right? The CL slice and dice innately buffing your slice and dice to get over protection, to get that first initial hit to deal 7 damage, and then the next one to do 10 damage. I mean, it's a sick list, dude. I think this list is really cool. I really like CL's level 1 effect to bring out the mastery that just infinitely scales his damage and then eventually starts drawing you cards. Really, really cool list.
Yeah, and it is something that I think almost every major Grand Archive player has like stressed about CL at this point. And it was while we were in this Ryle meta, we were not seeing the potential that this deck could do. We were not seeing people trying to branch out and really show that this champion has a lot on his card. And even level one saying, I'm gonna get an omen, and every single attack is getting +1 is absolutely massive. And you don't think about it. It's yeah, what's the difference between 3 and 4? Like, who cares? Well, when that 3 is a difference with a resolute hit, it's it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, definitely. We'll take a look at Jimmy Lee's sideboard to see what we can do to combat this buffed slice and dice deck. We have some Crystallized Destiny. I think this is probably the card that you want to bring in the most. It'll completely eat the first hit of Slice and Dice, no matter how buffed it is. And so you will completely negate all of the damage, which is really good. It'll also tax them if it does over 7 damage, which we just saw. It did do 7 damage, so pretty big. Also, we have 2 Resolute Sands in the main. We have 1 in the side, so I think that one probably also comes in so that you can have more ability to see it and not get slice and dice for 17 like we just did. 1 more Fluffy Shopkeep in the side. Maybe bring that one in. We have 3 in the main, but Intercept does also prevent you from getting slice and dice for 1,000,000. So we do have some answers to this game plan that CL is sort of presenting. And
Yeah,
then from
and we're definitely. I think everything you touched on, I think is exactly accurate. We're going to be putting in. I would also not be surprised if we see the one of spirit or the Spirit's Blessing in the sideboard come into play. Just because we know our opponent's going to be lower, we're not going to really be going level 3. Doesn't have that big health pool, so sometimes just going fluffy shopkeep, go to level 3 as quickly as possible, and then set up for a double attack. Not not a terrible way to try to shit out a game. So I could see that possibly hitting the list as well.
yeah, and then over to the Win CL list. We I don't see that many things. Maybe an Unyielding Wraith card, maybe. Nullifying Lantern, definitely good. I believe we have some Rending Flames from the from Jimmy Lee, so that's also pretty good. I think that's probably the one that you want to bring in the most. You don't want to get Rending Flames for a lot of damage, and having that No Lantern shuts off the fire cards in your graveyard, which then shuts off your Rending Flames.
Yeah, and I definitely could see probably the deflecting edge come into play as well. Just to give you that kind of opportunity to say, hey, I'm gonna save one of my allies, get another attack. As well is I would not be opposed to bringing in the extra stifling trap, mainly for being able to have that at the perfect time when your opponent wants the dungeon guide to level 3. Feels pretty good, especially when you're a deck that really relies on that tempo and keeping your opponent's life total where you want it to be for that kind of big kill turn.
Yeah, and we did see Jimmy Lee dungeon guide to level 2 there. So preventing that dungeon guide from actually allowing them to level up is also going to be pretty big. See a hasty messenger, I believe. Promo hasty messenger. Yeah, hasty messenger. We're killing the windmill engineer. We use the effect to discard a card and draw a card. No double flame rune swordsman this time, but we still get some allies on board. We'll see how Jimmy Lee can get his game plan going this game. Believe.
Which likely likely was probably seeing that turn one with the we're probably digging for at least our prep producers, probably looking for the black market brokers, looking for the Windblast lookouts. Of course, we want to see Sadi. That is probably the big card. Is Sadi just alone allows us to pressure that 2 every single turn, as well as weirdly enough, keep our opponent off of that level 2 draw a card. Because if really the only ally we end up playing is Sadi, they're probably not going to get much value.
Yeah, I mean, you just bounce it back into your hand every time, and it also generates you a prep. So there's no downfall for that. I believe this is the black micro broker, like you said. Uh, this card is generic. That's insane. I didn't even realize this card was generic. I mean, what? So many of the assassin cards are also generic. I never realized how much of the assassin cards are also generic. Ooh,
So
incapping on the creative shock. This is another assassin. This is the most Tristan. This is the most Tristan list I've ever seen from not a Tristan deck.
this
This
is
is
Tristan in a tuxedo, is what we are
yeah,
currently looking at right
definitely.
now. Which I love it. I love this so much.
60% of the list, like 60% of the list is just wind assassin things that I'm putting in my CL deck. I do really it's really funny and I really like it.
This what does it think of is somebody sit there playing their Tristan list and they go, man, I really like this list, but it's not doing well enough. And then one of their buddies is like, play CL instead. And it's
Display
like,
CL.
huh,
But I only own the Tristan things. Just play
let's play
just
CL.
play them all in CL anyways.
Who cares? Or maybe, big brain here, Matthew knows a little bit about the lore that we don't. Maybe CL is the reflected version of Tristan. Big brain. We
Ooh.
figured it out.
You might be on to something.
Can't keep the
You
secret from
might
us,
be on to
weebs. We
something.
know. We're aware. The secret's out.
I think we're I think we just swung and passed with
Nope, we're
all
dungeon
cards
guiding
in
to
hand.
2.
Oh.
Dungeon guide to 2. Get that draw.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I was confused on the thing. So no stifling trap though. We do get to draw a card from killing the black market broker. It does not have stealth because there are not at least 3 prep counters on our champion. I think just killing the card and passing probably. Oh, okay.
Which actually not the worst hit 'cause there's not ensnaring fumes here. Not
Yeah,
really much you're worried about. Mainly because I unfortunately learned very, very quickly that that insult text does not turn the swords into allies.
it
It
does
says
not.
as if they were allies. So weird
Correct.
technicality. and I hate it.
They are in fact not allies. They are swords. They can swing like allies, but ensnaring fumes does not do anything against them. And ensnaring fumes, using ensnaring fumes on a dungeon guide, probably not the best because you will just give the dungeon guide back to Jimmy Lee, and he will dungeon guide to 3 next turn, which is not what you want to see as a CL player.
Not really your goal.
Yeah. Oh, this is actually really cool. So making man, there's so many synergies that I never thought about with CL and like assassin cards. Making your incapacitate and in Omen will let you bring it back, and so you could incap one more thing if you really needed to. Um, but now that I look at it, actually, we're not running the Manxum Armor. I think we're just using it as a Omen right now. But it is a synergy that is possible if you do run that card, which is interesting.
Yeah, you see, the problem is Amor is not really an assassin card, so
Yeah.
doesn't really fit the list we're trying to play here.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. We need as many assassin cards as possible in this win CL list. Guardian who?
I'm sorry, Merlin, you're trying to be an assassin? Let me show you how guardians do it.
Yeah. CL is the true guardian. See a Flaming Swordsman probably not coming in at Sadie because that would just it is.
No, it's
Just
coming in at Sadie.
okay. Yeah, and we let the bouncing believe are we at is this two prep generation, two prep counters?
And we should be one off the broker and then the one off the Sadie. So yes, we should be at 2.
We let's see. Do we get an inert sword? And then do we have enough to do it one more time? Can we run it back?
Man, it
And
feels so
do
like it. This is the situation. It kind of gives me PTSD back to whenever you're playing some of the other decks, like you're playing like Shadow Strike or you're playing some of the other like Lorraine, and they just go or like Fiza, and they make the hammer, and you're like, I know I'm dead. Like, just do it.
yeah. Or like Tristan brings out Ripper and it's not under QSG or anything like that. And so you're like, oh man, this guy's trying to kill me.
Like this guy's got a slice and dice.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sensor. Interesting. We do have a Flaming Swordsman, so killing the Flaming Swordsman with a Sadie is probably pretty good value now because we do have the sensor. See if I believe we do have some reduced to ashes in Jimmy Lee's list. Uh we have 4. Interesting. That's a lot higher than I would think after the Ryle ban, but probably pretty good right now. We will kill the Flaming Swordsman. Not float as of right now. So definitely good to go ahead and kill it. Ooh. Unyield. Did we bring this in? Is there any of these in the main?
Yep, there are 2 in the
Okay, there's
main.
okay.
So
I was okay. I mean, this card is I feel like this card is so sleeper good. Maybe it's just the people I hang around with, but I feel like no one has really like been that good on this card. You know what I mean?
it's
It's a
it's it's a
double
very
taunt.
like yeah, it's a very weird like for me it's like a very weird card because it does stop 2 individual attacks, which is really nice. So you're not just it's unlike the unlike when you have like 0-4 taunt allies where you're just kind of taking usually one big swing. It's pretty nice, but not getting the floating is where I think a lot of people are kind of mixed on it, which
Yeah,
it's what's better, the 1 hit and getting the floating or the 2 hits?
yeah, definitely. I mean, I personally really like it if you're playing a water deck because it gives you a primordial ritual target that then also comes back and keeps taunting for you. And so, we're trying to kill the Sadie, but we do have taunt right now with our unyielding Wraith Guard. Also, Sadie would just come back to hand, so not necessarily a thing. But you do want to force them to put cards down to bounce Sadie back. We'll see what I don't believe we have any cards, or we have enough cards to Ensoul. And we don't want to kill the guard if it's just going to come back. I don't think so. We play it. We play a completely white card. Oh, Ghost of Pendragon. Definitely. Returning a Regalia definitely means Ghost of Pendragon. We draw 2 from it.
Are you telling me you couldn't tell it was Ghost of Pendragon from the super like shiny front?
Okay, so we. Yeah, sorry. I had a really hard time reading the card that was completely white. Thank you, production, for bringing it up for us.
My favorite part about Ghost of Pendragon is I just assume they're drawing cards. I've never actually seen the card, to be honest. I've never read the text.
Yeah.
They've always told me they get to draw 2 cards. So I'm like, yeah, sure, go
Yeah,
for it.
you always just believe them.
Yeah, I believe him from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Perfy's done it to me, and I'm like, yeah, sure, sure. I obviously you got to draw 2 cards. Why would I stop you?
Okay, we are actually pretty close to that slice and dice. Those sort of numbers that we need for slice and dice. We are 1 prep off. We'll see if we have the actual slice and dice. We can bounce Sadi, but we cannot bounce Sadi and also materialize Inert Sword because we do need to pay to reserve for Inert Sword.
But we could, in this case, we could just pick up. We could pick up Sadi or get the Inert Sword and then pick up Sadi during main. But I don't think we have enough yet to go for a kill.
Yeah.
Just because of having that 28 health pool makes it a little bit trickier. 17 is a big number, but
It is.
it's not, unfortunately. That is not enough even with 3 damage on our opponent.
Yeah, and seeing this is kind of, giving us a bit of a heads up. Matthew kind of afraid of getting ensouled into a bunch of damage. So grabbing that Terrafring to prevent that from happening. We are only at 20 life. So an ensoul definitely will kill us, especially if we've already taken 3 damage. But not with Terrafring on the board. So getting a little bit of protection there. Oh. Okay, this is pretty good. Dream Fairy on the Ghost of Pendragon, so you cannot play the Ghost of Pendragon right now. I believe we bounced Sword of Seeking though. I believe it's still in the material deck from Ghost of Pendragon, and so we can actually kill the Dream Fairy.
But like, what value is that? Just replaying a Ghost of Pendragon? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, who likes drawing 2 cards anyways, man? That's overrated. So overrated.
Yeah, it's a tough call. Do you like,
Oh, I still slice
especially in these matchups when you know that sword is still in their material deck? It is
Yeah.
so hard to play Dream Fairy into that, especially when you're targeting a ghost.
Yeah, and you're Crux Knight, right? So you have the buff to all of your attacks. So Sword Seeking will definitely kill the Dream Fairy.
Because what are we looking at right now? +2 on it. Because I think there's 2 from the banish on.
Yeah, I believe that's what
Clarent?
the dice there is representing. The dice on Lorraine herself.
But little does he know, we are currently sitting with our one of Deflecting Edge. Or, well, we have 2 in the main, so we're sitting with Deflecting Edge. I guess that is actually something we do have to consider, which now now having to kind of consider that of, does my opponent have that? Which, have we seen one come out this game at all? So this could actually be a nifty trick if Jimmy Lee has not seen it yet.
Yeah, I believe let's see. We have 2 incapacitates in the main from Matthew. We've already used one, so we do have 1 more. I don't think you actually let. I mean, and so you can't let Ensoul resolve, right? Because you're gonna die from that. But you're gonna get swung for a bunch of damage every single turn. So you kind of have to put your foot on the gas a little bit here 28 is a lot of damage, and we're only sitting at 3 right now. And Lorraine can do a lot of damage very quickly.
I believe we are seeing the Lorraine swing at, I'm assuming, the Dream Fairy here.
I think so.
Or did we go with face? It looks like. Looks like we may have went on face and not and not actually gone for
Oh yeah.
meaning. We're probably I'm gonna guess it's probably maybe sitting on Insole.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you don't want to play a Ghost of Pendragon, I think that card is so good that the you essentially are saying, I want to play my Insole instead. See how much damage. So we have 3 so far. That puts us to 6. We saw 17 last turn. We don't have a sword this turn. So Slice and Dice will come in for less. We do have 3 omens. And so I believe 3 omens means you do 2 more damage per attack.
Yep, and it would make Slice and Dice currently a 19 if we are able to hit both with an Earth Sword.
Yeah. Let's see
It's something I
here.
didn't even think about here where we're sitting now with where the setup might be, is it may not even be Insole in Jimmy's hand. There's a chance we may just see the Rune Blade just come out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. We don't actually have to resolve Insole if we do just swing for decently big numbers every turn. We are only 20 life as CL level 1. So it looks like we're passing here. Terrafring has been used, so this would be the time to sort of pump out all your damage. Does this actually, now that I'm thinking about it?
Yep. There's the Rune Blade coming out.
Yeah, that makes sense. We do have 2 other swords, so we can use the full Rune Blade. Oof. Oh, the regional tokens are so cool. Massachusetts regionals haven't happened yet, but I am super, super excited to grab some of those.
Oh, I have to go up to Kansas to get mine because I'm running the Texas one, so I don't get it. I unfortunately have to wait a week when
That
everybody
is
else in Texas
unfortunate.
gets theirs.
Okay, so the first attack's coming in for, I believe there's
Should be what the blade is. Should
4
be
cards. So 4.
4. Yep.
And we'll wake up Lorraine once again. We'll do 4 more, or 5 actually this time, because the sacrifice on the thing. Do we have 5 more damage? Counting our swords in banishment right now?
Flames would be pretty spicy here.
Flame sweep or rending flames for not a ton. Yeah. Oh, we do have the fire cards in there. Do we have any response? Any damage prevention? And it doesn't look like
Nope.
it.
We're going to a game 3
Go
in
to
this
a
crazy
game
who
3.
attacks bigger matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we saw quite all the pieces we needed from CL. If we had 3 prep, we could have brought the inert sword out and done it again. But just a little bit shy. And we didn't even use Insult.
Didn't even need it. That's one thing about these is like it's with the Insole, you'd live or die by Insole is kind of what the thought process is because it's in the name. But when your opponent doesn't have a big life pool, it's kind of you don't really need it. You don't need to commit 6 cards down when you only need a pressure sometimes like 12, 14 damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
We'll
based
see.
on what we saw, I don't see probably too many changes coming in. It looks like we are seeing some go in for Jimmy's side, so
Yeah, I'm interested to
maybe
see
pulling this.
what the changes are here. It looks like both of them are actually siding now. Interesting. Maybe some of the decisions we made on our first sideboard not showing as many dividends as we wanted. Funny enough, I think Jimmy Lee is playing, or no, is it Jimmy Lee? Oh no, it's Matthew. I was gonna say, if Jimmy Lee is playing Staggering Strike, this is an interesting matchup where it actually matters. Who would have thought Staggering Strike matters against a Wind CL?
Was
I don't think everyone has ever thought about that.
it's a weird thing. You're being like, I'm playing CL. I've got to bring in these staggering strikes, which like it's just a weird thing to think about. But as well as sometimes even just having the true sight is also pretty big in this, which you got the sword anyways, but
Yeah,
there seems like to be a lot of targets on stealth in this deck that you also need to deal with. So yeah, it's probably a card I would I would bring in.
definitely. We do have a Looking Glass special action. Um,
So while we
I think
see this, while we wait for the Win CL to kind of do their opener, we had some people in chat asking about the Massachusetts regional. Do you happen to know where that's going to be?
yeah. So Massachusetts Regional will happen on Saturday, October the 18th at Webway Games. That is the store that Cam runs. Lineage Break Cam. Uh, the tickets are available online on the Webway website. If you do want to attend, you can purchase them there ahead of time. You just go purchase your ticket, register, show up. Should be fun. Lunch will be catered, which is sick. And at I believe 50 entrants, we will have a Snow White CSR giveaway. So if
Ooh,
you want to have your chance at winning a Snow White CSR, show up to Webway Regionals in Massachusetts.
well, that's the
Def-
that is the week after. That is the week after my birthday. Be a shame if I committed to casting and I can't make it.
well,
Oh,
yeah,
boy. It's
I'll if I win, I'll you'll win in spirit. How about that one?
I will take it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we have some allies deployed. Starting our ally beatdown. Maybe this will be enough damage to get us that early slice and dice kill. We have Sadi and Lurking Assailant. If we have enough prep, we could just get there kind of quickly. We do have to, I think, deal with these allies, or else we're going to be in a pretty bad spot moving forward.
Yeah, and I think the early sensor is probably the right call instead of CL here
Yeah.
because we also seen you don't really need to get a crazy amount of omens like other CL decks do in this list. So I'm gonna take that turn one off. It's a little bit easier to do in this version of CL than we see some of the other ones like the water and the fire level 3 lists.
Yeah, I think Inert Sword does a lot of the carrying for the omens in this one, where you don't need as many omens because Inert Sword comes in for 3 as a base, which is really well, if you're a guardian, it comes in for 3, which is really good. So the omen number can be a little bit lower than normal and still do enough damage to get there. See if we can clear some of these allies. We only have the Sword of Seeking out right now. It looks like we're passing. Are we leveling into CL? Do you think we're grabbing more value? Yep. So backup charger first. Just getting that influence up so that we can do the things that we need to without worrying about not drawing cards. We have maybe reduced. Nope. Reduced to ash in response to recollection. Oh, creative shock. Okay. Maybe digging for the reduced to ash.
I would assume probably digging for a deuce here because you definitely want to get it.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
there
There
it
you go.
is.
Yep. Okay. I mean that's pretty big. There's 4 reduced to ashes in Jimmy Lee's main board, so we definitely want to see that card.
I mean, when you're having to answer both not only sensor but lantern
Yeah.
in the same list, yeah, four seems respectable. I'm
Yeah. And
surprised Jimmy's not running 6 of them.
even even something like a terrafring, right? When you during an end phase destroying a terrafring so that your Ensoul can just be completely uninteracted with for the most part, not having to pay 2 for every attack, super super big. Let's go to level 2 here. We're probably going to draw a card off of the Lurking Assailant. Definitely not Sadie because we will just bounce it back. See if we have
Yeah,
a
we could also
dungeon
just see the
guide here.
classic sweep here. Not only get a draw, but also clear some of that board and put some
Yeah.
cards down to get us to level 3.
Yeah.
One thing we do love, what we do love on this stream is the man ask for that flame sweep. We love it.
Yeah, Lorraine, name a better combo than Lorraine level 2 and Flame Sweep. I'll wait.
I cannot think of one.
Is this a dungeon guide?
Maybe a nerd sword and a nerd sword slice and dice now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe Nerd Sword Slice and Dice.
Yep, and there's
Come
the
in.
flame sweep.
Yep. Ooh. Oh my. Oh,
Ooh,
holy.
that is some spice.
Did you want to draw cards, Jimmy Lee? I don't think so. I don't think you will. We do still take 6 damage, or we do still take 5 damage from the flame sweep, but not drawing any cards. Definitely not the best.
Especially after we've committed some down with probably, was it 3 cards in hand?
I believe it's 4. Flame sweep costs 4.
Well, I meant for in hand, I think. So I think we have 4 down. It looks like 3 in hand, 4 down.
Oh yeah.
Would not
Yep.
surprise me if we had a dungeon guide in those 3.
Yeah. We don't have enough to reduce to ash the null lantern, so we will have to do it either next turn or during our main phase. So rending flames not a factor as of right now. Oh my god, how much damage? Okay, just putting out more allies. We not as afraid of. I mean, we could get flame sweep again next turn, but yeah, they don't have a second one, right? Surely.
Nah. At least they don't draw off that one. That's a
Yeah, true. True, and you will just bounce Sadie. Always keep enough cards in hand to bounce Sadie. That is the name of the Sadie game.
I would not be shocked if we're probably going Clarent here. Yeah, because right now we don't have any swords and banishment. So
Yeah,
going level 3 here without any kind of value proposition off of it is probably the right call. Because
definitely.
even if the ghosts, I think Jimmy here really kind of just wants that damage. That level 3 turn to be really impactful.
Yeah, definitely. We have 3 fire cards in our graveyard. We could technically reduce to ash the null lantern and then also use our rending flames. You need 14 damage right now. It's probably more likely that we see a dungeon guide from Jimmy Lee. Looking at our hands and say, can I dungeon guide and also flame sweep, or and also rending flames, or can I dungeon guide and also reduce to ash?
see here. Probably a dungeon guide. If I was to guess. Yeah.
That beautiful, beautiful alternate art dungeon guide that we love. This is what many people may not know is the actual misprint dungeon guide where the gems were just a little bit too shiny on the card.
Huh. Interesting.
I don't think the glare joke is ever gonna get old at
Yeah,
this
yeah,
point.
yeah. Okay, maybe we clear the shimmering assassin or shimmer cloak assassin. Sorry. Something to know: if we don't make Matthew bounce to Sadie, we can go. Ooh, we can go inert sword into our slice and dice.
And deflecting
We
that
need,
cheers pretty spicy.
oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Had to pay one. Okay. This is not bad. If we can get some prep, we can present a lot of damage. We do have 4 damage on board. That'll put us to 16. And then we need 12 more because we are a warrior and have 28 life total. I think I would assume we're probably going to level up here. Our opponent is level 3 and we are still at spare. Oh,
Tariff, I think, is actually with your
okay.
opponent already having this many cards in hand. I think the safe bet is Tariff here, which I would want the level, but I think you are even if level, you are just insole away from dying. I think you have to kind of play it safe here, and especially when you already have 12 on your opponent, you kind of just need to use this opportunity to try to keep up pressure.
Yeah, I just hope you don't get reduced to ash during your end phase.
That or even flame sweep here. I think the flame
Yeah.
sweep to reduce the ash should be the worst things that Matthew could possibly see in this situation.
Oh, okay. We're gonna bounce our Simmercloak Assassin to our hand. We have an intercept. Intercept plus Tariff Ring. We have pretty good protection right now, assuming that we don't get reduced to ash on our Tariff Ring during our end phase. And it looks like we don't. Okay, so we buy ourselves one more turn. Believe we have enough cards in hand to actually bounce Sadie and pay for Inert Sword.
It looks like 3,
Is it
which, yeah, would
3?
be perfect to do that. We are not level 1 yet, so but does not matter because Slice and Dice does not care what level you are, what class you are.
True. It is
All we
just
care about
generic.
is that prep.
Yep. You just need 3 prep. You do lose out on 1 damage from Inert Sword, but sometimes you just don't need it. Especially if we've already done 16 damage to our opponent and we have 5 currently on board. If the allies live. See what Jimmy Lee can do here.
Yeah, we could definitely be seeing the thought process as well across Matthew's mind of Jimmy has not played a Ghost of Pendragon yet, which could mean that Jimmy just doesn't have one yet. So
Yeah. This
3 cards going down.
it's just
Could be a fluffy shopkeep, maybe?
that wouldn't be a bad idea. This is my favorite card in the game. So managing 2 yet, definitely Fluffy Shopkeep. Ooh, Sword Saint's Vow.
This was the spicy tech that we were looking at when we were first seeing the list of we're
Yeah,
seeing those home by fires come into the list as
definitely.
well, which in matchups where your opponent just does not interact with any of your swords, sometimes just saying yeah, here's a big dumb sword that's gonna swing at you for 20, and you're like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay. So we are gonna level up here. We're gonna start making those omens. Not as many omens as we could have had. We do have a fluffy shopkeep. I can't see the card next to fluffy shopkeep. Is it another fluffy shopkeep? Or am I?
Oh, the dungeon guy got moved up.
Oh, I see. Okay, understood. So right now we have 2 with Sadi. We can clear the fluffy shopkeep with the Asen protector. And then all we need is 12 damage. We don't have any omens or any swords though, so slice and dice will only be 9. I don't think we can get there just yet. Right now, we are still only sitting at 2 prep as well, so slice and dice is still a little ways off. Just 3 cards. Okay. We play back our CD. I think if we live one more round, I think the writing is on the wall here for Jimmy Lee, but we'll see if Jimmy Lee can get there next round because Lorraine can just do a ton of damage. We do have No Lantern still on board. So it has to be either in Soul or Votive Runeblade like we saw last game. But I think at this point, Votive Runeblade might be in the banishment.
I didn't catch what win because I know what the first 2 was Erendite, and I believe, and it was like Erendite and of course the Clarent. I did not see what was underneath the vowel,
Yeah.
which to be fair, I don't know if you get rid of votive or their Runeblade there, just because even with a just being able to swing votive twice without the second sacrifice, that's still looking at what 5 damage per swing.
Mm-hmm. We have to do 13 right now through Asen Protector.
Which only 2 damage on board outside of the allies, which we also have not seen the Insole get slammed down yet, so I wonder if Insole's even in hand, which probably what Matthew's banking on. Nope, there we go. There it is.
Okay. This is gonna be a lot of damage. Okay, so we did have the voted in our material deck still. Do we have any float to pump up the Erendite? That would be kind of cool. Doesn't look like it.
No float.
So we have to get through the Asen Protector. We do only have to do 13 damage. But we'll see 1 come in. 2. One more. It's interesting that this list isn't playing Inert Sword.
A lot of time when you're only getting the +2, it's kind of and you would have to essentially be able to make it outside. That would be playing Looking Glass. So have seen a lot of lists still run Looking Glass on the Insole, but I think there's a lot of people who vouch for like, honestly, our Nerd Sword and this is sometimes just run the 3/1 sword for Assassin.
Yeah,
For
I feel like I've seen people value the Erendite slot for Inert Sword instead because Erendite can come in for 1 and Inert Sword can come in for 2. They both have 2 durability. Okay. We are
Yeah, but
pretty
looks like that'll
close
be
here. We have 1 more swing for 5, I believe this one is. Do we have any
Yep,
answers?
that's all she wrote. It
No, it
looks
doesn't
like.
look like it.
And Slice and Dice was in hand, so we were 100% just that one
Yeah,
turn away.
definitely. Yeah, like we said earlier, if we live that extra turn, we get out the inert sword and we slice and dice for a lot of damage. But in Soul, super, I mean, pumps out so much damage even through the Ace and Protector. Uh I mean, this is what Ensoul does, right? You know, if you resolve Ensoul in a Fire Crux deck, you want to end the game, right? That's exactly what you're using that card for.
Yeah, it is. And with this, unlike other win lists where we do see a lot of ways to be able to like Zephyr the Votive Runeblade to really stop some of that aggression coming out, or we see kind of some of these like with the Tamer version, we see like Baby Green. We're not really seeing in this list. We're not seeing too much interaction in terms of being able to suppress a lot of the objects. So Jimmy probably realized that pretty quickly of like, I haven't seen a Caterpillar. I haven't really seen a Zephyr. So at this point, we can safely send it and go for a game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, for as much as we saw Jimmy doing the Jimmy thing of swinging for a million, ending the game and winning, I think shouts out to Matthew for that win CL, win Tristan really, list. that list was super cool, super interesting. I'm super excited to see these kind of lists, especially after Rival Band. Everyone feels like they can, you know, test and play stuff that like doesn't have to be, you know, super meta. And I think this win CL list was super fun. I might build it for locals, here and there. Overall, super cool list.
Oh, you can bet I already got some ideas. I've already got some ideas brewing to what I want to do. And I have a CSR Hazy Caterpillar now that I kind of want to slot
Ooh.
into this list. So we'll see about possibly seeing if we can slot those in there and do some cool stuff shenanigans with maybe bouncing some of these allies when they're
Yeah,
about to deal with our board. So
yeah, they're
but
about to kill you. They're about to kill your Windblast Lookout. You bounce it, and then you get one more prep. You that much closer to your win con.
that or they go like I'm gonna swing to kill your ace and be like,
Mm.
well,
No, you're not.
what if I just bounce it and possibly buy something back?
Yep.
Which we've seen in the past here. We've seen, of course, we've seen Edward's version of the Win CL list, which played a lot of that kind of that bouncy magic, we'll call it, of just being able to say, hey, let's see how many times I can play this. And then now we've seen, hey, I'm gonna be Tristan cosplaying a CL. And man, what a what a crazy list. And I'm really excited to see kind of more of what we talked about with this, where people are now a little bit more comfortable saying, I am not feel like I have to play these fire, go fast, pitch liminal type of lists. Instead, I've got a lot of room to start building. I have a lot of new cards I haven't really got tested out yet. A lot of this champion potential that I really haven't broken into, which I love just seeing this kind of innovation. I hope we see more of it as well as we go through the season.
Definitely. No, totally. I totally agree. I mean, there's so many cool things in DTR as a whole that weren't really explored because we had, you know, there was a pretty clear path for a lot of people once the set dropped, right? A lot of people sort of followed that path. So I'm glad that everyone else is experimenting with the set as a whole.
Oh, I agree. And hey, we this is not it. We've got 2 more rounds of Grand Archive coming up, but because we are back to back on these rounds, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll be back here for round 3 with hopefully some more exciting games of Grand Archive. I will see you guys here in a bit.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. We have round 3 of this week's Yeti Weekly. I am with Clem this time. How are you doing, Clem?
I'm doing wonderful. Had a very busy day today. What about you?
I'm doing pretty good. We had some pretty good rounds so far. Uh, you did mention that you hadn't gotten a chance to see the round first and second round. Uh, I mean, there are some pretty good games. I'm sorry you missed them, but round 1 we had the Terra Daochan mirror. One of them was fire, one of them was water,
That's
and it
crazy.
was it was just one of them was taxing everything you did. The other one was doing like your regular Terra Daochan or fire Terra or fire Daochan thing, of like doing a bunch of spells. Uh, that game was, I mean, it was really cool. Really cool. It ended up in a draw because both decks are kind of slow. Uh, and then we had Wind CL sort of cosplaying as Tristan last round versus Jimmy Lee,
What?
where yeah, we had a Wind CL with Slice and Dice and Windbless Lookout and Sadie and Incapacitate and all
What?
these and Snaring Fumes and all these different assassin cards. And that was a joy to watch.
It's crazy. You'd think that that Jimmy Lee is playing that deck because he loves his male champions. He loves his funny decks. And then it turns out it's his opponent.
Yeah.
Wow. How did he slice and dice in a CL deck? Like how do you
It
get
was
to 3 prep counters?
it was amazing. He played Windbless Lookout and then he bounced Sadie back to his hand 3 times. And then he materialized Inert Sword and Slice and Dice for 7 and then 10. And Jimmy Lee just died.
Yeah, what you can do there. I don't think you're ever prepared in a CL matchup for a slice and dice.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't prepared. I was seeing all the cards that were being played, and I was like, "Wait, where's Tristan? What's going on here? What's with all these Tristan cards? We're missing Tristan herself."
Eat down. That's wild. Someone probably was like, okay, what if I just use CL and the Guardian bonuses? Surely I can still just play my Tristan deck, right? And then it
Exactly.
worked.
Yeah, it
Damn.
was super cool, super interesting, super funny. Um, Unfortunately, wasn't able to get there. Jimmy Lee is too good. Crux,
People's
Crux
champion
Lorraine is
for a
still
reason.
definitely.
Oh,
Uh, but it was cool to see valiant effort from Matthew there on the Wind Slice and Dice CL. I'm really excited to see more decks like that pop up here and there across the format. Just interesting stuff that maybe wasn't as explored because of a certain card, but now we have
I
people like testing and doing all this fun stuff.
am very excited to um have that card banned. Then let's call it by its name, okay? Let's not treat it like a big bad evil. It's gone now. I'm very excited to have Raya out because basically we're back to the beginning of the meta. Like it's an all new deck. It's an all new set. There is no best card in the game right now. So people are back to experimenting, and I'm looking forward to Niagara at the end of next month to see
Definitely.
what. There's a bunch of regionals before then, but I feel like even then people are not gonna bring their ascent winning decks to
Yeah.
those. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how people sort of build their list because when Ryle was a thing, you have to play a deck that either beats Ryle or you play Ryle or you play something like Tristan that has like sort of an even pretty good matchup across the board, right? Tristan is a sort of toolbox deck that can do a lot. Um,
Y-
I'm interested in what people are now sort of building their decks towards, right? Are they building their decks towards a specific deck that they now think is better? Are people teching more against Tristan because she doesn't really suffer at all from Ryle being banned. She only benefits from Ryle being banned. So I'm interested in what people decide now are like the decks that they have to tech for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot more champion based deck, like champion attack based decks, like we saw with the Slice and Dice CL. Lorraine is also one of them. Um, so I think we're gonna see a lot more of that, but that might mean that we're gonna see more Snow Whites too, because Snow White is so good into a meta game of all like champion based decks. And that would be so much fun to see. And then how people tech against her
Yeah.
attack based decks. So yeah.
I think Snow White is super cool, super good card. One time I had someone, I can't remember how they did this. One time they bounced Snow White back into my hand. I just played it again next turn, and they were just like, "Oh, this sucks." We do have some deck lists though. We have we have some pretty interesting deck lists. We have Banny Rhine on a Water Terra Kong Ming. We haven't seen this deck pretty much at all. Do like, sort of put up numbers, and then we have Neutral End on Water Diana, Water Diana allies. We've seen this list kind of do pretty well actually in across the format, even with Ryle being a thing. A little bit sort of pushed down by a lot of the decks, but we saw it do pretty okay overall. And now that Ryle is gone, we see even better.
Yeah. I think we've seen the Water Terra list a bit before because it has Ardent Cloud Strikers in it. And any cog big deck with Ardent Cloud Striker we've seen, I
Yeah.
feel like. But I'm excited because it has Lubu. And I know it realistically we won't see anything,
See,
but
that's where you might be wrong. We saw Lubu round one. We saw, I think, two. I think we saw two Lubus in round one. And if there's something Kong Ming does better than Terra Daochan, it's draw cards. And if you can draw a good amount of cards, then Lubu can swing a lot.
you're not wrong. You're not even close to being wrong. You're right. Okay, I'm excited now.
Yeah, don't count it out yet. We did see it earlier. We did see it already today. We might get a little bit of a surprise. I mean, I think one of the we also saw Sempiternal Sage in round one, and I think that card is so good. If you see that card, it's almost impossible to really like sort of remove from the game, kind of like Sadi in a way, where you kill it, but then it gets preserved, and then they bring it back into their hand next round or next turn, and then they play it again, and then they and it's just a constant loop of like trying to remove this ally and always having it get preserved and then always coming back. So I think that card is really good. Right now, we're only playing one of, and I think he's just banking on the fact that if this card gets played out, I don't need to see it again. It can die as many times as I need to. It doesn't matter. I will bring it back.
Yeah, and like you said, Kim Kongming does draw a lot of cards, so he is very likely to find it, and we are very likely to see the infinite loop of it, as well as Terracite. It's what the guaranteed GCR every single round. Looking exciting, but let's get into the game immediately here. Average water things are happening. Spirits coming out. Nothing. At least Amphi things. We always see him play the spirit and then pass keeping up
Yeah.
interaction and becoming distant later in his turn. Oh, Bonnie with the Hydroguard retainer immediately. If my eyes don't deceive me. Do my eyes deceive you,
Yeah.
JoyBoy?
No, it's definitely Hydro Guard Retainer. I think this card is almost like quintessential Terra Kong Ming, because you get to draw so many cards from this effect of whenever you shift from north to west, draw a card,
and then there's so many cards that interact with being either north or west. A lot of cards like we saw Coriolis Ward will draw you a card if you are facing west, and I forget the name of the card that heals you a lot.
I know the one, the well,
Yeah.
I know what card you're thinking about. I know the
Okay,
effect.
good.
I forgot the name. It doesn't come
Yeah.
to mind right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that care about the shifting, the shifting current mastery, and this is one of them. And this is, I think, probably the best one that cares about shifting masteries because you get to draw so many cards. This is part of the reason why Kong Ming can draw so many cards. That and her
Oh,
level 2 effect.
absolutely. And in the meanwhile, Neutralin did what we expected him to do, made Diana distant, and then immediately got the Aqua Mirage Whisper. After the level up, got the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and I believe played a prudent lock to just draw a card into memory and then load it in.
Yeah, and I mean, Crystalline
Oh,
Archer.
yep.
Crystalline Archer is such a strong card for any sort of water ranger. If you have float, you can banish it on attack to buff the Crystalline Archer to come in for 4 damage, and it's just so much pressure so early on. We do have taunt right now, so it most likely will just kill the Hydro Guard Retainer. Ooh, but
The-
we're using the
yeah,
Cerulean
Cerulean
Decree.
Decree. Yep, it's coming out here. Saving the
Ooh,
Hydro Guard Retainer and
not
negating
imbued.
basically the bonus. Bonnie probably wants to keep his tricks up his sleeve, he needs a lot of interaction to survive this matchup. So probably doesn't want to give too much information away and give cards to neutral in. Oh, my bad. No, this is not fire. This is not Vermilion Decree. Friend, it's more likely just the information. It is keeping
Yeah.
it secret and safe.
I appreciate the consistency of playing Water Diana with Diana sleeves. I'll just say.
Gotta
Ooh,
even he only plays up to level 2, so the level 3 is on the sleeves.
yeah,
All the whole lineage is there.
you are so right. Holy moly, you are so right. I mean, this is
Yeah.
already like a decent amount of pressure coming from neutral end. We're like,
Yeah.
we killed the Hydro Guard Retainer. We have the Crystalline Archer on board. We have a buffed Frostborn Paladin on board. If there is one thing that Diana is good at, is milling float. Aqua Mirage Whispers, perfect card for that. It'll let you glimpse X, where X is the amount of damage +1, and then you mill a card. So you always get to set up a float. If you have something like a Frostborn Paladin or a Crystalline Archer, you can essentially always keep buffing them up and presenting a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is what we just saw happen on his end. Play the Crystalline, attack with Diana while she was distant, and then still had the Frost from Paladin after the Hydro Guard Retainer was protected for another attack. So there's a lot of value being used here. But Bonnie is also getting everything that he wants here with the dungeon guide into Kong Ming level 2.
Yeah, I think this is where you start to draw a bunch of cards. The inherited effect of whenever you shift from north to south, you draw a card. And then when you are level 3, every time you activate a spell, you get to switch your shifting currents to get all the different effects that Kong Ming likes to have. One of them being obviously going from north to south to draw a card. And also, this staves off a lot of damage, right? Dungeon Guiding to 2 prevents you from sort of dying to these big aggro decks that can pump out a lot of damage in the beginning. So we'll see if we can stave off enough damage here by Dungeon Guiding to level 2. Diana presents quite a lot of damage.
That's going to be a very scary matchup, and I believe Bonnie is all hands down, so he doesn't have a lot of defensive options right now. He's just going to have to take the beating. But probably that's why he also went for the early level up, so he can have a higher life pool to work with. Because now it's less scary when Kongming when Diana starts attacking, because he also knows that once he's level 3, he has a way to recover.
Oh no. Is this
Oh.
double float? This is
The
so
double charge just will
this
coming
is
out. It's not looking
oh man.
good.
This can be
Not
so much damage.
looking
I mean, if we see a Crystalline Archer come down, or another Frostborn Paladin come down and eat some of these floats for buffing themselves, holy moly!
going to be looking very bad for Bonnie, but he is playing Kongming, and he
Yes.
has access to harmonious mantras here. Later, he will be able, once he has enough cards in hand, he can use the water
Ooh.
barrier. The Sagel is also a thing.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not.
The
It's very
Langland Toltro.
painful. Yeah.
That's
We're one Carpson Coda away from terrible.
yeah.
It's not. He can still survive that, I believe. Math is not my strong suit.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
Another Crystalline. This is exactly what we were afraid of. So
yeah.
another swing. We eat one more float, coming for 4 more damage. And then Frostborn Paladin.
Another 3 from Phosphor Paladin going to come through here.
Yeah, and it looks like we're kind of fixing our life total right now. We did have a little bit of a mismatch between the players.
Yeah, if they agree. It's such a neat feature, being able to go through on your phone for the
Yeah,
damage.
totally.
Yeah.
So we are at 16.
16 damage
6
coming
more
through.
damage. Do we have 6 more damage here?
I
Is
mean,
it a
if
Capstone
there's a
Coda?
Carpson
Oh my
there
god.
is a Carpson Coda. Yes,
No way.
the frog. It's always the frog.
Holy. I mean, that was just I don't even know. That was just perfect. You saw everything you needed. Double charge the soul to then double Crystalline Archer swing. Crystalline Archer, I believe, draws you a card as well. And so now you have
Yeah.
Crystalline Archer draws you the exact card, or draws you exactly the number of cards you need to then play the Carpson
Yup.
Coda, which you milled the troll from your Diana attack. I mean, this is just for Banny. That was a series of unfortunate events.
Actually, because it went from, yeah, there is a small chance that I could die, but they have to have so many pieces. Surely I'll be fine. And then Carpson Coda. Well, I remember when I said at the beginning of the turn that the Carpson Coda is smite. Yeah, it's gonna be the card. Maybe I jinxed it there, because at the time I was like, yeah, there's a lot more damage needed here than I thought. Nope, Carpson Coda was enough.
Yeah. Okay, we'll
Do you
see.
wanna?
Yeah, we should move. Let's see what Banny can do here to mitigate some of this damage. Uh, in in this matchup, we do have some stuff. We have Water Barrier, which can negate a full hit of damage. We do have the Iron Claw Striker to knock out some of those allies. I think Ceasing Edict, I believe is how it said. Ceasing Edict. Sorry.
All good.
That card, I believe, is essentially Song of Frost if you're Kong Ming, right? It ends the combat phase. And I mean, yeah.
Uh,
And Kong Ming, the benefit to playing Kong Ming is that if you're, I believe, facing the right direction, it is free. And so, yeah, if you're facing south, it is free. And then if a unit is attacking, you end the combat phase. So this is like Kong Ming's Song of Frost. I think definitely big, because it shuts off the on attack trigger of Crystalline Archer, and so not only do they not get to buff and hit you, but they also don't get to draw the card, which is huge. I think something that's not in the sideboard but is in the main board that maybe we need to deploy a little bit faster is probably the Art of War.
yeah.
because we're taking a lot of damage from these allies that come in on the first turn. You know, come in immediately swing. Ooh, Shushang, very good though.
Yeah, Shusheng should also be in because if they can pay for the Shusheng, if you have the Shusheng turn 1, then you can basically stop Diane if you're the because Bonnie is going to be the starting player here. So if there's a Shusheng out, so and this turn it's not gonna affect neutral end too much. But from next turn onwards, it's going to be very, very bad, seeing as they cannot play multiple allies a turn. They cannot have those, cannot charge up that Aether charge. Cannot charge up the Aether Wing with the Aether charges. So
Yeah,
he'll have to pick and choose what he does very carefully.
Yeah, I think Shu Chang is essentially saying like you're gonna have to take at least a turn or two off to kill this thing if you want to play your game the way you want to play your game, right? We know that Diana does banish a lot of or does mill a lot of float, but you don't want to lose that float to Shu Shang, right? You want to use it to buff up your Frostwind Paladin, to buff up your Crystalline Archers, and you want to turn that float into damage. I think you probably want to at least swing one of the buffed Crystalline Archers into the Shushang so that you can just clear it, not have to worry about it anymore, and then continue your game plan the way you want to and pump out a lot of damage.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that because it's like you said, there's a lot of float in the deck, but risking not, the risk is always you're not gonna find more float. So using that float for not what you want it to, but for to pay for Shucheng is gonna hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, so we will level up into
Oh,
Diana. We are distant, and the undercurrent advantage is float, so we can actually use the float to pay for the Shushang tax, or we could
there's
just
also
activate a
Frostborn
card.
Paladin. So
Yeah. We could actually just activate a card in our pre-recollection to eat up that tax as well. It looks like that's probably what we're gonna do. We are going to. This is a
backstep
backstep.
coming.
Yeah, so we're
I
gonna
do
pay
believe
for
that is a
backstep.
backstep.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to do when you have Shushang, right? If you don't want to if you don't want to lose the float, you just tax yourself pre-recollection so that you can do whatever you need to do during your main phase.
Yeah, so I do believe that that is one thing I personally at least forgot about. The easy way to go around Shuching, not losing float or anything. Just be water and play before recollection, after the trigger resolves. But before you actually recollect your cards, just have another turn. We've seen it a lot before.
Yeah, I think Water Diana has the benefit of not only doing the allies thing, but also doing a lot of stuff at fast speed, like the Aether Charge spells. And so loading the Aether Charge spells, you do that pre-recollection where you're gonna be casting these spells or these cards, activating these cards pre-recollection anyways. And so you can take one turn, take a little bit of a turn off so that you can just pay for it. You'll pay four for it. You'll only activate one. You'll only load one, but your main phase will be uninhibited, right?
Absolutely. I do believe I see a prudent lock coming out, so it's gonna be another card draw for a neutral end. Drawing into memory. Going attacking with Diana, glimpsing 4, I believe. It was 3 damage, 2 from the Aether Charge, and 1 from the Prudent Lock, right?
Yeah, but and she's distant as well.
Oh, so wouldn't have that been 5 glimpses? Or oh wait, does those 2 cards his hand, or is he glimpsing?
I believe the 2 cards down are the hand and they're glimpsing. So I believe it's
It's 3 damage, 1 from the Aqua Mirage Whisper, 1 from the Prudent Knock, and 1 from the inherited effect of range +1. And then on hit, you glimpse X +4. X is the damage, so you deal 3, you glimpse 4, and then you get to mill 1, which I believe is Weaving Mana Stream, which is the perfect card that you want to see.
It does look like it. There's 2 class bonus. I see 2 bonuses on the card, so I assume that it is going to be that. Your eyes are perfect. Your intuition is probably going to be great as well with it. Oh, Tashi got being banished for Bonnie. Do you think he's crying inside a bit right now?
I think almost 100%. Unless you have a second one, you're definitely crying. Ooh,
Oh.
okay.
he has the frostword now, you know. Last game we saw neutral end kind of running away with it with the frostworns and crystalline archers, but look at that now. Kong Mink is the one laughing.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be pretty big to prevent neutral end for sort of steam rolling over Kong Ming, right? You can deal some damage, clear some allies. You can leave it up, and you can leave it awake and just prevent damage. You also have Coriolis Ward, which will prevent even more damage. So all of the damage that goes into the Prosperine Paladin can then get Coriolis Ward, and now you have so much retention. You can bring out Hydro Guard Retainer, and you have a bunch of protection. This is definitely a card that you want to see as Kong Ming, so that you don't get run over by these big ally swings from neutral end.
Whew. I think he will. He's kind of preparing for those big ally swing because I believe we're seeing an etheric calibration from neutral end. So what do you think he's glimpsing for here? What are the main things we want to see from him? For
I
him.
think so. Aether Calibration you need to reveal a Aether Charge card and then put it into your memory. So you definitely want to see that. But also, you know that you're gonna look at the card. You know that you're gonna glimpse once again when you shoot your Aether Wing, and so I think you just want to, you keep cards that you really really don't want to lose, but you have to remember that you glimpse once, but you're gonna glimpse again, and so if you want to search through your deck more, you have to throw some of those back to the bottom so that you can dig further into your game. I think you definitely want to look for your Languin Toll Trolls, your Capson Codas, these cards, because we saw how good it was last game, and it can be a lot of damage very quickly for neutral end.
Yeah. So you said you can glimpse multiple times, but if you're playing, we saw it before Recollection, you're setting up your draw for the turn as well, right? So
Yeah.
you're probably gonna get the Carpson Coda right now and mill the Toad Troll after.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely want to set it up in a way where you reveal the Aether Charge spell, you draw that one into hand, or you draw that into memory, then you recollect, you know the card that you're gonna draw, then you swing with your Aether Charge, and you know some of the cards that you're going to mill. Definitely, like at least a float, possibly a Languin Toll Troll, like we just see right here.
There it is. Your
I mean, yeah,
predictions.
this is
Always
exactly
work.
what you want to see.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but okay. Even though Bonnie's Frostborn is gone, last turn, which I'm not quite sure if we caught, but he did use his mnemonic charm for Rising Tides, so he was able to just draw a card and get a float off of that to level up for free. So he's not doing too bad right now. There's only 3 damage, well, 7 damage now on him.
Yeah.
But he's doing Cogming things in the meantime. It's just not as fancy schmancy and visible as Diana loading the Aether Charges, flash grenading everybody, getting the frogs into the graveyard, you know? Oh,
Definitely.
then there's a
Ooh,
Fracturize as
okay.
well. This is very classic water. Neutral End is playing his classic water deck, but Bonnie is just playing good old reliable water.
Interesting.
Yeah,
No
I
lantern.
agree.
Is there
No?
is there a card that carps
So,
on Coda?
Carbon Coda requires it to be a water ally. So no
Ah,
more. I
it
think
is.
Bonnie
Okay.
was traumatized from last game. So he's going for safe
Oh,
rather than sorry. Ooh,
Art of War?
we're we're getting
Oh,
you're getting into the fun part of this deck. All right, Bunny is getting everything he wants. So, what did we just see? Because an ally came out, and then Art of War is here all of a sudden.
yeah, I mean, so this card, I believe I have a hard time with the name, but I believe it's Shu Young. Um, sorry. Um, so you will let you materialize specifically a scripture or a book or a scripture like Art of War, which is a scripture. And Art of War is going to be huge for preventing these big allies from swinging on the turn they are activated. We don't want these crystalline archers to come in on play and immediately attack you for 4. We want to stave off some of that damage. I think if Kong Ming can stave off a lot of this damage and get to level 3, I think Kong Ming can run away with the game pretty quickly. And so this is exactly what we want to see. We want to see a Frostsworn so that we can prevent some of that damage. The Null Lantern so that we don't get Katsun coded. And then also Art of War so that your allies have to wait one more turn to actually attack.
All right, this is gonna be very interesting to see from that one. Because for what you're saying, it's gonna be a lot slower and hopefully will be in Bonnie's favor a lot more. But while that happened, Neutral also played some interesting cards. Obviously, Mono's Cascade. Now that the other Aether Wing is kind of going away on its last leg, if you will. Um, Mono's Cascade comes out. It's gonna be for bigger hits, especially with the Art of War being out. But Calculated Foresight also is being played. What an odd card! You don't
I've
see it
I've
ever.
never seen that. I've never seen that card ever played ever. But it is kind of cool to, banish a floating memory and give something range 3. Range 3 can be a lot of damage.
Yeah. I do believe that Frostborn Paladin shouldn't be awake because the Art of War is on the field. So I hope.
Well, Art of War just can't attack.
Oh, can't attack? Oh,
Yeah, yeah. It
that
can
is a
still
lot more
intercept.
balanced. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. You're
It
right.
it
You're
can
right.
still
It's not.
intercept, but it cannot attack, which is good.
I thought it was for some reason. I thought it was a fractal of snow permanently, but that makes it more balanced and fair. You're right. You're right.
We have so much float from neutral end too.
Imagine if he played level 3. He could go to level 3 right now.
Yeah, I think you can get decent value from going to level 2 because you get to load 2 Aether Wings for free and then draw that many cards into memory, which is a pretty good value. Specifically, Mana Cascade cares about having at least 2 Aether Charge spells loaded into it. So going level 2 here is probably not a bad idea.
You also get an extra range, right? So Diana will be range
Yes.
2.
Yeah. Yep. You get the
Oh.
inherited effect of both of Diana level 1 and Diana level 2 being ranged 1.
So that's gonna be a substantial amount of damage soon. But that Frostborn Paladin can also intercept now that it is being forced awake. But I don't think Kongmin minds that too much, even with the Frostborn Paladin on board, because she's more focused on damaging, on spell damaging neutral and to death.
Yeah, I think with the Frostborn Paladin and the Zhou, you can clear the Frostborn Paladin from neutral end. Uh, we'll see. Ooh.
I have seen neutral end play so many games on stream, sometimes off stream, and I still cannot tell the difference between all these inner charges and water spells that are being played. I
Oh, okay. I believe this card is drowned in ether. Uh,
oh, That's an Aether charge?
Yeah, so it's a Aether charge that if you're a ranger gets class bonus, and
Mhm.
you can give an ally -3 health. Yeah, so yeah, you give target rested ally -3 health, and then you get to load it. And so once the Zoyu comes in for the attack, you activate this card. It kills the Shoyu, and then you also get to load it. This is one of the best, or what this is a starter deck card, and honestly, I'm really impressed with how much of the starter deck cards ended up making it into the constructed deck uh for Water Diana. It's a lot of the Aether chart. Granted, the deck is pretty heavily formed around Aether spells or Aether charge spells, but
Yeah.
so many of them are so good just right off the bat from the starter deck. They did a really good job with that.
I absolutely agree with you, and but it doesn't feel oppressive like slimes.
Right.
It is
Right.
more balanced. Yeah, that's a different level of wow. This starter deck is really good.
Yeah. Oh, Hydro
Oh,
Guard again.
our friend coming out here with ton. So that Frostform Paladin is free to attack into neutral. Oh, into neutral ends Frostform Paladin rather. Yep, and then nothing else really happens. Just a card draw from Hydro Guard Retainer. It's everyday things, free cards. Oh, is that a Nascent Blast? Is
Ancient
that the
Blast?
beautiful
Oh.
Path of Silver Nascent Blast? It's one of my favorite Path of Silver promos. It's so cute.
Yeah, and you get to Nascent Blast, if you are empowered, does go back into your memory on resolution. So you get to clear the Prostrum Paladin, and then you still get to keep that card. I really like that card overall. This is also like one of the cards that, like, when it came out, everyone's like, oh, this card almost definitely goes in Kong Ming. Kong Ming ended up being not super meta, but
but
this card is really good for Kong Ming.
yeah, and it just it's a feels good card when you are empowered, and with the aesthetic vice Kongming,
Yeah.
um, you get a free empower once you get level 3, so it's a free 3 damage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, this is becoming a pretty big hill for neutral end to climb. We have a taunter and interceptor. We can't play
Yep.
any allies I mean, we can play allies, but they're gonna be not be able to
Ooh,
attack on their first turn. We do get weaving mana stream, which will get us a smoke bombs and then load itself. So that's pretty huge.
free smoke bombs, free card draw, and you get to take care of the Hydro Guards.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a
Speaking
better
speaking of
GCR.
Yeah, speaking of cards that are crucial for Diana, it is definitely this weaving mana stream.
Yep. Yeah. All right.
Okay,
What was Fracturized? Oh, Art of
it
War was
was
Fracturized.
yeah, yes.
Duh. Well, you were
Which
just
was
talking about how it's a big hill for neutral end to climb. Do you still feel that way?
I mean, I think definitely fracturizing the Art of War is really good because you're an allies focused deck primarily, or like, half of your game plan is allies, so like you want them to be able to swing on their first turn, especially because you have so much float to feed them as well. You get to clear the Hydro Guard Retainer. You can clear the Frostborn Paladin if you really want to. So definitely much more uh much better position to be in as neutral end.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with you. It's a couple of those mounds, like a couple piles of dirt were removed from the hill,
Yeah.
but Bonnie is very close to leveling up to level 3 here, and if he does have the Sempiternal Sage, he can start recovering. He can become the Luxem player he was meant to be.
Exactly.
Because
Totally agree. Totally agree. The Sempiternal Sage is a huge part of the deck. If you can every single turn heal 3, deal with one of neutral end's allies, and then every time they go to kill it, you just bring it back out. Really good place to be in for Bonnie, but we do got to get to level 3, so let's hope we see a dungeon guide here soon.
That would be the best, looking at how he didn't pay for anything. Oh, 1. And then 2. There it is. Dungeon guide. Yes.
Controlled banish. My favorite part about playing water decks is that if I have a fractal, I get controlled banishes on my dungeon guide, and that just feels so good.
Being able to be like, all right, I'm gonna lose these because this is exactly what I don't need right now.
Exactly.
Thank you, and see you on level 3.
We unenter Kongming level 3 does say heal or recover X, where X is the amount of Terra cards in your banishment. I don't believe we saw any. So
Yeah,
we don't
I
really heal
saw-
anything. But
I
the
saw
best
Buddy
part,
go through the banish there and be like, oh,
yeah.
that.
The best part of the level 3 though is that whenever you activate a spell card, you change the direction of your shifting currents to an adjacent direction of your choice. And this is really when Kongming gets to quote unquote spin with purpose, as as they said.
Then, alright, so next turn we're gonna see a Hydro Guard Retainer into Terrasite, and a back and forth dance, a crab rave of
Yeah,
mastery, right? And then
exactly.
Temperamental Sage, recover 3, and everything's gonna be happy, right? That's the dream. That's the goal.
That is exactly what you want to see as Bonnie.
I believe in Bonnie. He's got this. He's got the 3 parasites in hand. I surely.
So
It does look
I
like
believe
he
that is
passes
his
a turn.
hand, right? That's not his memory.
Yeah, he only has 3 cards, so the
Okay.
dream of Hydro Guard Retainer into Terrasite next
Oh my
turn is
God.
dead as of right now. Neutralents, that leveled up to level 3 here, so that then Mana's Cascade is very loaded now, very
Yeah,
heavy.
there's so many Aether Shard spells in this Aether Wing.
Yeah,
Oof.
it's charged up and ready to go, if you will.
And wait a minute.
Oh, Nixon Blast onto
Oh,
Crystal Archer, I believe.
definitely.
It has to be.
A
But there is.
Tidal Lock, but there's a no
Oh,
lantern.
oh. Not enough
No.
cards. Neutral and thought he had it, but not this time. So, Bonnie lives to see another day for now, unless there is something that can take care of that nullifying lantern. What in Neutral End's deck list could? Is there even anything?
Nothing. I don't think anything. I think the only thing that like water sort of in general has is and it's not even really a water card is Unbroken Mustang, and it's not in this deck.
To see it. You hate to see it. Because I'd expect the Neutral End to play it because it just shuts off a whole basically win condition, because a whole extra 6 damage for him.
Yeah.
So you'd think that he would play it, but it seems he was comfortable enough where, well, he is for the most part comfortable enough. Bonnie just has so many answers to so many things in his deck that, like, with more allies based decks, he has the answers for them.
Oh
So,
my god! All of those Aether Charge spells were loaded pre-recollection.
yeah, Diana moment, huh? Yeah,
Oh
it's
man.
2 loaded from Diana, plus a couple played, plus that Drowned Aether. Yeah.
Wait, is there 1, 2, 3? Is there 5 right now? 5?
Looks like there is. I do believe I saw Nutrient also count 5 one by one, so
Oh my god, it's so close. Yeah. I mean,
that
it made
Crystalline was
yeah,
a
definitely.
bother.
Yeah, it was definitely a good chance. Oh no, the one of
Oh no. No, no, the Luxem tree from
no,
Terra Ming is gone. No, not like this. Not like
not
this.
not like this. We
Anything
that
but that.
killing the Crystallin actually just saved Bonnie one more turn.
But also, killing the Crystallin made him lose the Sage. So,
Definitely.
was it good? Was it enough? I mean, look, it definitely made him survive. So, this was the right play. But I do think he had one Reservoir Fractal still awake. Do correct me if you remember differently,
I
but he could
don't
have
think I
paid with the Fractal.
remember.
Because
Oh,
didn't he just
actually, I think you're
play the
right.
Frostborn
Yeah.
Paladin, Frostborn, the Dungeon Guy last turn, nothing else, so he could have used Fractal.
Ooh, Orb of
Unless he had
Glitter.
a different plans for it, which probably he did. Orb of Glitter, the Diana techs are coming out here.
This is
Paying
interesting.
for it and being able to glimpse. Because you use the
Weaving
Weaving Mana
Mana
Stream to pay for it.
Mhm.
And then it comes in and you can glimpse with it every turn and then just use it to draw a card whenever you want. So basically it's also a GCR with an additional function. Anything in this deck that's a one cost draw a card is basically a GCR if you have Weaving Mana Stream, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think this card is. I really, really want to love this card, but I don't think I
Do
do.
it. Just love the card then. Look, you gotta embrace the one cost Regalia. That's all
Oh,
you need to do.
I I love this card. I do love this card though. Self Sharpshooter. I do love this card.
I see where your priorities lie. It's okay. I understand. Power cells, cute girls, and ranged is very good. Like it's better than a weaving mana stream. I have to agree with you there.
It draws you a card too.
Yep,
That
drawing
can be
cards is
so much
good.
damage. If you pop the power cell and then also give it distant, man.
I don't think Body's living long enough to see that, unfortunately.
I would have to agree. Unfortunately,
It's not looking. I'm a very optimistic person. I love Kongming, but it's not looking good right now.
yeah,
Oh,
Kung Ming might get shot here.
literally, literally charged and shot. Oh, oh, it's sad to see because it was going so well for Bonnie, and then the stage was lost, and then I think that's when all hope kind of was lost.
I think
Because
being able to
out of
heal every
everything,
turn is great.
yeah, and being able to clear board and deal
Yeah,
damage,
yeah.
that would have been exactly what he needed there. But now it's just he does have cards in hand though, so like he could have a harmonious mantra.
Mhm.
Um, I am not quite sure if that's going to be enough
Yeah, I
because
think
it's gonna be six. Well, right now it's not looking like there's 6 damage on board, but Neutron has a million cards in hand, so is
I
there
think
any way Bunny can
unfortunately
survive this?
the problem I think is that like even if Bonnie survives, I don't necessarily think there's gonna be a way for Bonnie to kill Neutral End before Neutral End kills Bonnie. So like he can survive like maybe one, maybe two more turns if he does Harmonious Mantra. But I think almost definitely Neutral End will just kill him either way before Bonnie gets there. Because we need some pretty specific cards for Kong Ming, that Leeching Bolt or the, like we said, the Sempiternal Sage to like swing life or swing kill your allies and heal as well. uh I think there's not as many damage sources from Kong Ming as there are from uh Diana.
No, I sadly I have to agree with you. It's less like not many ways that Bonnie can turn it around, even if he survives long enough. As long as Neutron has an Aether Wing. Oh, yeah. No. I am...
Do we have a negate?
Okay. Okay. Twisting, turning.
We're spinning. We're spinning.
Yep, the spin is coming in. A card draw from that. Bonnie's looking at his hand like, something.
Please, for the
There
love of
is...
God, give me something.
Please, God, give me a Heart of the Cards time. Is the Heart of the Cards kind to him? Hasn't been so far in this matchup. Looking how game 1, Neutron just had everything. So it
Yeah.
was fast enough. And now, Bonnie did have the things. I do think that that losing that Sempiternal Sage was a turning point in the game. Not sure how you feel about it, but
Yeah, I mean, I think just always having an ally that can clear at least one ally and also heal you in the process, and then also eventually when you are good on healing and you can instead empower to use those leeching bolts, I think is pretty big. I don't necessarily remember too many ways for Kong Ming to empower without the Sempiternal Sage.
yeah, there's mnemonic charms, heightened spell. I'm not even sure if Bonnie plays heightened spellcraft. I would be surprised if he didn't. No, he doesn't have heightened spellcraft. So, that's
Oh, we do have
basically.
Bagua.
Oh,
Okay. So we actually can
okay, there are
probably
changes.
we can, okay, we're not completely out of the race. Bagua can actually represent a decent amount of damage if you sequence it all correctly. It is a little bit tricky to sequence it all correctly because you need to be facing opposite directions to activate the card, and then the card needs to resolve on the opposite direction. So there's a lot of setup. But if you do it properly, you can actually pump out quite a bit of damage. So
You know what? I believe Bonnie has it. Bonnie can survive. Just needs to leeching board or harmonious mantra survive like this turn. Oh,
ooh,
that
okay.
is also good. Okay, okay. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. Coriolis board, good enough for now.
And then we shift west to draw a card from the resolution.
Surely. I mean, I think the trend is going to respond to the activation. So the trigger of the activation of the spell.
Mhm.
But it was protected. There's 3 more damage being protected.
Yeah, so there's
Being
three
like slowly
protection.
protected.
There's three
Yep.
protection on Frostborn, and Frostborn has taken 3 damage, I believe.
How does the math work? Oh, I see the 3. I see the 3 under
Yeah.
it. Huh. So 1 health left, and there's a retaliation. People not forgetting to retaliate is my best part in Grand Archive.
Yeah.
3 damage. Mortal Ambition is a good
Ooh.
card.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Any responses?
See, yeah, we're seeing something. We're seeing something.
Ooh. Ooh, in response to the Onitor?
Oh, oh,
Okay. We have it.
oh,
Nice. And I believe this
no.
is the nail in the coffin.
That was Bonnie could have put up a really strong fight there.
Yeah.
Water though.
That
I'm
was,
not
I
a
mean, that was
water
well played.
aggro.
Yeah, that was well played by Neutral End, holding specifically enough cards to be able to title lock through the No Lantern on board. So that was really well played. Bonnie did everything they could to stave off a lot of the damage, but unfortunately, not enough. Especially once the Art of War got fracturized, these allies can come in, swing right away, get value. I mean, just from hitting the board, they get value. They pretty much all of them replace themselves when they come in the board. Crystallian Archer attacks and replaces itself. Is like pretty huge. I really like this list from Neutral End.
It's
Unfortunately, Terra still a little bit lacking.
yeah, I have to agree with you, but I love seeing like the tweaks and little edits that Neutralin does to the deck every week because it's evolving and we get to see it evolve in real time
Oh my god, I got
basically.
Langwin Toll Troll as well. Bunny is also on Langwin Toll Troll, Caps on Coda.
Hey, frogs are just good, you know. They and you don't even need to wake up the little frog. It just goes to your graveyard, takes a nap, and it's really good. But even if you don't play Carps on Coda, which I haven't looked at Bonnie's list, correct? I can.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it doesn't actually play Caps on Coda. Never
Okay,
mind. It
well,
just
even if it doesn't, it's a 0/6 taunt, so it's a really really good card in the deck here. So
yeah. I mean, seeing that being able to play out that card on like your first 2 turns or something would be really big for Bonnie because you go Languid Toll Troll and then you go Art of War and like how can they kill you now? You just have a 06 on board that and they can't clear it on their first turn.
no, it's not easy to get through, not easy to clear, but unfortunately, just didn't see the toad troll fast enough. And then even after, like you're right that the Art of War getting fracturized was incredibly impactful, and you could also call that one of the turning points of the game. But after that, losing the finding and then immediately losing the Sempiternal Sage, I think that's when it was like you
Yeah.
can do your best, and it's not all lost actually, but it's not it's you're no that is a point where it's like incredibly hard and you have to work twice as hard as everyone else to just come back from that that loss. Like loss
Yeah.
of the Sempiternal Sage.
Nice,
Whew.
good on Bonnie for going 2-0 up to this point though
Yeah.
on the Water Kong Ming. That I think that deck is so cool. I played it for like a good 3 weeks when AMB released, trying to make it work in any way. Well, mostly on water because I'm a water player, but I tried so many, and every time I always just felt like, man, I have so many cards in my hand, they don't do anything. I don't know what to do. None of them win the game. They just I don't die, but I don't win. Like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, it feels like a tough deck to master for sure. But
Yeah.
it doesn't it didn't look like it's a weak deck, right? It didn't get absolutely rolled as the kids say.
Yeah.
Like game one, it's an aggro matchup, right? And in game one, the aggro did what aggro does most of the time. But in game two, it was really anybody's game for quite a while. Even like you explained the way that Bunny could actually realistically survive and win the game with Bagua
Mhm.
and recover enough to win the game even after Art of War was fracturized and the Sempiternal Sage was gone. So it's not a bad deck. I do really have I agree with you. It's really awesome seeing Bonnie 2-0 so well now it's 2-1 but up until 2-0 going into the third round with it.
Yeah.
It's just aggro, you know. Aggro is better than but is really good into level 3 decks.
Yeah. I think
Can't
I
argue
think
much.
Kong Ming is like maybe like one, maybe two like good cards away from like sort of coming together like a puzzle piece really well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think it just needs one, maybe two, like 1.5 tools to just smooth over the problem that it has into these decks that can pump out a lot of damage very quickly, and it'll be in a really good spot overall. So hopefully we see that uh sometime soon. That would be really cool to see. I think the deck is really fun and it's really cool. It's also pretty high skilled, especially with the lines that you can do with Bagua Vital Demise, because like we said, you have to like sequence it really well. You have to sequence it correctly in order to get the damage. But if you do, I think you can get like 12 damage like really quickly. Um, so it's super sick. I hope we get to see it a little bit more.
I absolutely agree with you. But after that water matchup, I'm a bit thirsty, aren't you, Joy Boy? Would you like to
Yeah,
hydrate a little bit?
I'm also pretty thirsty.
Was a lot of yapping because the decks are just so cool.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure to cast with you. You're gonna be in
It's-
Niagara Falls, right?
I will, yeah. We'll be in Niagara Falls. But me, a bunch of the Lineage Break guys, we're all driving down there. Unfortunately, we're all driving down like the night, or like we're like right before one of the Yetis. So, well, I'm gonna need sleep because I'm probably like driving up there. So,
Hey, it's understandable. At least anyone coming to Niagara can just come up to you and say hi there. But it's been a pleasure casting with you as always.
you too.
Any last words? Because this was your last round, I believe.
Yeah, I gotta get some sleep. I got work in the morning tomorrow. But thanks for having me as always. Make sure everyone, if you are gonna be in Massachusetts, October 18th, the Massachusetts Regionals. If we get 50 people there, we are giving away a Snow White CSR. So if you want to win a Snow White CSR, potentially, uh, show up. It'll be super sick. Lunch is catered, so show up if you can. And that's gonna be it from me.
All right. Since you guys everybody, and welcome back to the final round of today's Yeti Online Regionals. I'm back with NEETfull. How you doing, NEETfull?
I'm doing great. I had a short break. I still lurked in chat and watched the last game. I watched Water Diana do what Water Diana does and make a big shot and shoot the control deck in the face. And it went exactly how I was expected, unfortunately.
Just Diana things, yeah. Usual. I don't think there's too much that we can be said about that game, right? Because it was just Diana doing Diana things, aggro being aggro, and then Kongming doing her best, but losing the few cards that are like, yeah, as long as I have these, I'm unstoppable in this matchup. And then they were gone, and it was like, oh,
Yeah, it's
what do
and
I do
it's
now?
just and especially when you need those cards to be able to try to even just barely stay alive against a deck like this. And one thing I've learned from having two Dianas and locals is that deck just preys on any type of control setup you try to do. And it comes down to, honestly, did I stop the combat or not? That's the make or break of that matchup, it feels like.
Yep.
And even if you stop the combat, they're keeping the counters on that weapon. So it's like,
Like,
what do I do? What do I do here?
yeah, there's a lot of value on those unhits. So even if Aether Charge is gone, but level 2 brings back Aether. Oh no, there's the card that brings back Aether Charges. Level 2 loads Aether Charges for free. Mana Stream comes back for free. So you're just there like, yeah, it didn't get damaged, but next turn I'm getting damaged anyways, and the turn after that is gonna be the same. So it's actually just delaying the inevitable.
100%. And it's also a list that is 100% just like a perfect snowball style list because of the water bow. Because you hit for the first time, you're digging 3 or 4 cards deep. Usually, you're setting up exactly what you want. You're most likely milling a floating memory because I don't think any card in that deck at this point is not a floating memory. And so you're constantly
Yep.
saying, "Here's a floating, here's a floating." And if you know what you're doing, and most of these players playing Diana, they have a good idea, a good concept of what they want to do. So the fact that they know for the next 3 to 4 turns exactly what they're going to draw, exactly what they're going to want to do, it's very hard to say, if I stop you, you've already probably planned for it, or you already know what you want. So stopping that first attack is so critical in that matchup that if you miss it, most likely you're probably going to be in a very rough spot, or you're going to be playing for behind for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's like you get it, and then you miss it, and then it's like, oh, I don't guess GG's now because they're just getting so much value. But it's been so much water. Let's get anything but water on screen with Bonitas versus Fire Xander. Are you excited for this matchup, NEETfull?
I am incredibly excited. Well, for one, we're getting late in the night, and this is one of what could potentially be one of those really fast matchups. But we said that last time when we saw a matchup like this, and we were here till overtime. So who knows? But I do love watching FISA pop off. I love watching FISA players go into the tank, do their math to be like, can I kill you? And as you as the opponent, you sit there and be like, I've got nothing. I really hope he does math wrong. And they never do.
Yeah, the FISA players are those nerds with their calculators out, but their calculator is just their brain. They're like, okay, this is enough. And then they send it, and you're like, oh. But Ponytas is the same way. They dodge a guy to 2 and then raw level to 3. So
This is
I
this is truly the Unga Boonga of decks.
like Unga Bunga. Yeah, this is, even though Ponytas is a level 3 deck, it is a very fast aggro. There's the busy. See, I told you. This is what they do.
They don't care. They're like, I'll just go to 3. Why not?
Send it.
Oh yeah,
Oh
hold on.
wait,
He
yeah,
cannot. He is not
yeah.
win.
I forgot. Next turn he can. But yeah, how? Okay, NEETfull, how did we both miss that? Is it just
We're
late? Are we EP?
okay, maybe a little bit of EP, a little bit of we see a besiege to win turn 1. We're so used to it. We're like, yeah, Vanitas is win. Yeah, of course, why not? You can do that.
Yeah, and luckily Axis caught it in time and was like, oh wait, we're kind of being silly goobers here, forgetting that Vanitas does need to be Vanitas to be able to play win cards. I
He's
think
like, you
Axis
saw
was also so
nothing.
excited. Yeah. He's like,
Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never played a Beseech. You see 0 cards in my memory. Ha ha ha. Sweating while laughing, just like glad you can't see his face right
100%. And
But
we look like, do we see the pass? I'm guessing. Yeah, it looks like it.
yeah, looks like a pass. But then Steve also had an amazing. So if Axis were on Wind Spirit, would have been an amazing opener. However, for Steve, it was actually a great turn one. Getting the Arthur out, resting it just in case, there is no spirit on the other side, so you don't even have to think about giving Arthur immortality. And then into a GCR and a million cards in hand. I think his influence is what? 8 now? 9? Math hard? It's 8.
Math is hard.
It's
And there,
8.
yeah, there's Korhazi. So this is, if you're the FISA, you're kind of looking at a pretty good start in this matchup because not many ways to deal with a stealth unit.
Access? Ponytas has ponies, yes, but Access, there is no more Rile the Abyss, luckily. So if Access starts going up here, he needs a creative shock into discarding a floating memory, but they don't play Evercurrent Raider anymore. So just discard a floating memory and level up from that. But then he can besiege the winds to level 2 and start actually punching. So it's kind of scary. If Axis plays anything, he's guaranteed to be level 3 next turn. But he also doesn't have too many ways to take care of that Arthur right now.
No, and having to swing at the Arthur to kill is probably not where you want to be. Wolf Ask here is a pretty good way to potentially do it, but I think we are.
Their influence is way higher on Axis
Yeah.
side, I think. So he just fast geared in. Well, way higher. It was 8 versus 7. Well, 7 and 7 I then because Axis played fast gear. So it was same, and therefore no recovery. Just doing it for the floating memory. Do you think we're going to see a full send to level 3 here from Axis and clear the board? Well,
I don't know if we'll see a full send this turn. I think we'll probably see just a little bit of control pieces, kind of keep that board hopefully under control. But be fair, the full send would be probably a good way to deal with the Arthur and the rest of the board. Well, no, never mind. I was wrong. We are full sending it. We are going
just
in.
send it. Go, go, go. So, do you think there is an advantage to playing Dungeon Giant here over the Besiege Domains we saw earlier? Or is it what would be rather?
At this point, I think it's definitely the Dungeon Guide here over the Besiege, primarily because the Besiege, it's going to cost the same to level it up to 2, but Dungeon Guide still does give you the ally, and sometimes just having that 1 extra damage does really matter in a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, you're right, and with the Arthur especially, that guarantees the clear. But red hair being out means, well, he had the damage either way, so not much to worry about there.
Yep, and we're seeing, it looks like red hair probably going at Arthur. It's what my thought would be.
Yeah, that's what I personally assume, considering, and yep, there it is into the red hair, because he wants to tax Xander here. Axis wants to tax Steve with Vanita's punch, right? So he's gonna just hit the face every time he can.
And being able to tax and taxing Xander here is a pretty big deal, especially where this deck relies very heavily on kind of keeping that influence manageable throughout its kind of game plan to try to go for a kill.
Oh, yep, but look at that. Steve is prepared for the Vanita's punch. There's a Reflecting Edge. The sweet trick people started playing literally just for Vanita's level 3. It's a good card, but it's so much better if it's just one, if you're just trying to prevent the Vanita's damage.
Oh, 100%. And it's crazy that I'm now seeing, like, you're seeing what was tried and true FISA of, I am going to, every card on my deck is dealing damage. I'm gonna go as quickly as possible to kind of in this meta shift a little bit more of like, I think I need some defenses for some of these other decks, which
It's
is pretty
kind
crazy.
of crazy. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. It's actually pretty darn wild to see. But when you think about it, they're basically their whole game plan is stopped if they get any damage from Vanitas.
Now I did just open the deck list because I want to see how many we're running. How many deflecting edges do you think is in the deck?
Surely there's like 2 or 3, right? Surely it's not a one-off.
What if I told you it was a one of?
They just have it. Yeah, they just have it.
Sometimes you got it. It just comes in clutch when exactly when you need it.
Yeah, Steve asked for the heart of the cards. Was like, please, card gods, I really need that DTR box. And they were like, we got you. Don't worry about it.
Hey, was it one of? Sometimes it works out.
Something. One is a good number. I don't know. One is better than 4. Seems like it. Just play a singleton deck, guys. Sure.
I would rather be lucky than good.
You can be
But
both.
in this case, they're both good and lucky.
Yep. Just look at Steve. Or 44 damage on Vanitas. Oh, not looking good on them though. Having the Dungeon Guy come in for 1 and then the red hair attacking for an additional 3. Kind of painful. But let's see. Oh, what card is that? Would you mind reminding me? Because it's not an art I see often of this card, I think.
Yeah, so that one I believe is the Planet Explosives. I believe that is the AMP HVN release. Can't remember exactly which set it was out of, but it is the updated art for that one, kind of to support a little bit of kind of sprinkle of some of the assassin reprints that we saw because we started seeing in that set. We saw Slice and Dice reprinted, we saw Stifle Trap, as well as we started seeing kind of these assassin staples kind of coming back. So and
So it was prepared. Would you have used it there for the red hair?
100%. It is a red hair in the situation of you are unfortunately in a race, and even if you even being level 1, you're only at 19. So
Yeah.
reducing that from 4 damage to a turn to or from 7 damage a turn down to 4, pretty crucial in this matchup, especially when your opponent only has 1 card in hand.
It's very crazy that you're saying from 7 damage to 4, and then there's just the champions, there's Vanitas and a Dungeon Guide on board. It's Vanitas kind of very strong. That's the feeling I'm getting here. But Impact Hammer coming out for Steve as well. That can also be very, very strong. Like in an aggro deck, I know both of these are aggro decks, so they are not too afraid to take damage to their face either. But if he does have the one-off, because it's a one-off, but he did Vengeance in his deck as well. But if he has a one-off, this could be looking like a very sweet turn for him. No horse, not much to worry about, so he can just send that damage. Let's hope he has it. Oh, Pepper Chef. Wait, Pepper Chef just coming in raw? Just one small cute Pepper Chef coming out?
Just going in for 2 damage. Possibly digging for like I'm surprised that we didn't see a Rending Flames play there, but maybe we're
That
just
would've
banking
been
on surviving another turn
so
and
sweet.
sending it.
Yeah. Yeah, because there is I believe there's exactly 3 fire cards in the graveyard, so it could have been a Rending Flames. Oh, no. Pepper Chef is gone. But you know what that means? More fire cards in the graveyard. Rending Flames. Next turn. Surely. What he needs. NEETfull, are you good at math? Because I've proven time and time again that I'm not good at math.
Okay at it. I've dabbled in the math.
Alright, then get that calculator ready and do us some math, please, with the Impact Hammer Rending Flames combo.
Yeah, so
'Cause
with the Impact Hammer and a Rending Flames, which I don't even do the
there it
math
is.
because we're just gonna do it right here.
All right,
So
he's doing the math for us.
unfortunately, we're not going to get the class bonus, so it is going to be a 2 damage weapon. But because of that, it is going to make the total attack 5 for the base of Rending Flames for 3 plus the hammer for 2. And because we did banish 3 fire, we are going to get double damage. Unfortunately, our
Oh,
opponent did have the Searing Rebuke, which does reduce 3. Now, something that's kind of really cool with Grand Archive is if you are the blocker, you do get to assign how different triggers and layers are put on the resolution. So in this case scenario, because we're going to prevent 3, we are going to choose to prevent 3 first, then double the damage. So in this case, instead of saying double to 10, then reduce 3 to take 7, we're going to say instead we're going to prevent 3 of that 5, then double it. So we're only taking 4. So kind of a nice way that these cards get a lot better in those situations when your opponent just goes double damage, kill you, where you at least get a little bit of agency to say, not quite yet.
I do hate to see it here because with that rending flames, that was game, unfortunately. But okay, to be fair, Steve put up a very Fire Xander esque game. Oh, there are 2 more rending flames in hand. Oh, hate to see that as well. But he did do what Xander does, just send it and hope for the best. And unfortunately, Searing Rebuke is really really good.
As it turns out, it is pretty strong. Now, in terms of sideboard here for Steve, not too many pieces I think are really going to make a huge difference in this matchup, unfortunately. Um, Mainly because No Lantern and Viridian aren't going to do much here. Blinding Orb, we could see it come in as maybe another draw outlet, maybe as a kind of setup turn where you think you're going to go for the kill off
Yeah.
sear or force your opponent to show you the searing before you commit anything. And then Fire Interference, maybe. I'm just not sure too much what you're going to be targeting in terms of healing here, just because most likely you're both going to be pretty low on influence
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I do feel like you're very very right, and I don't have much. Yeah, you know your fire decks very well.
I
As
will
you
say I just knows I just know FISA very well. We unfortunately have a lot of FISAs in our locals. DFW turns out to be the home of Texas turns out to be the home of every FISA player apparently on the planet.
look, it's good. You're really really good at uh you know the matchup, you know the deck very well. They kind of forced your hand to be like, yeah, I know exactly how this deck works, so I know exactly how I beat it. So you can comment on Axis sideboard very much as well.
Oh, yeah. Axis Cyborg is a little more geared for this matchup. Big one is going to be the Nullifying Mirror. This is a very huge, not Nullifying Mirror, Nullifying Lantern is going to be coming in. Mirror's not going to do much here. Lantern's going to come in mainly because you're going to be able to turn off not just pieces like the Rending Claims as we saw at the end of that game, but you're going to take away the potential of any type of Kindle effects that the deck wants to do, which it can get a lot of value off of Kindle with a lot of the new things like March Hare, being able to banish that, get additional allies. So an early Lantern, very, very strong. And then we're probably going to see, I would not be surprised if we see the Staggering Strikes come into play here. Primarily because the Staggering Strikes do let us answer some of the early game stealth units that we see come out in this deck. Lets us deal with Zhao's. It lets us deal with a lot of the Korhazi. So would not be surprised if those come in.
Yeah.
And then maybe Cinder Geyser just as a way, another option to deal with Arthur would be another thought. But so this deck is a little bit more geared to dealing with this type of aggression that Faiz is going to try to put out.
Yeah, but we did see that he didn't really need it because the Searing Rebuke does stop enough damage here. But that is an insane turn one from Steve. The red hair Xiao Chao combo. Kind of crazy, especially Xiao Chao being both an animal and a human, so he does enable the red hair. I know we haven't seen the red hair actually being used with its ability in a long time, but as long as there is a human or as fire element human ally, unique There's so many words in that. A fire element unique human ally on board, which Xiao Qiao does fulfill. It doesn't have pride, and it basically becomes a hasty messenger. A lot better than a hasty messenger. But
Oh, 100%. And there's a lot of text on Xiao. So sometimes it's a, is it a human? You look at it and you're like, assassin, tamer, cat, all human. There it is. All right, yeah, I guess you get it.
and then it has class bonuses, and then it has stealth, and it has another ability. So it's like you just get lost. The name's so long, the type line's so long, and the text box is so full that you can forget that it's not just a cat, but it's a cat girl.
True. And we do see that one thing that I do want to mention is even though they are turn 1, they still went for the red hair into the Zhao on turn 1, which is usually we'll see a lot of these decks hold only, like they'll only play the red hair or they'll only play the Zhao, one of the two, which makes me think that there could be an Arthur in this hand, or there could be a very, very strong turn 2 burst, just to say that I'm going to play out everything because next turn is going to be crazy strong.
I mean, looking at this hand, there's the March Hare in the graveyard, Impact Hammer coming out, so surely it is. Also, I want to start a petition to put some mechanical hairs into the deck because it's already playing 2 out of the 3 hairs that it can play. Might as well start playing the 3rd hair.
Got to splash water, get a dewdrop hair in there.
Did for the floating. Oh, ooh, Blazing Throw coming out, yeeting that hammer straight into Axe's face. 10 damage so far total. Surely there is a way. Okay, Rococo? Is there another Rococo? Is it gonna be Rococo attack, deal 1 damage into another Rococo? Are we gonna see?
No, it is actually the Kindle to bring back the hair. Wow.
Yep. All right. Does Axis?
Yep. It's like cool.
Put it back. Shuffle back the hand. Axis didn't even get to play the game there.
Listen, if you see your Faiza opponent just say on turn 1, commit red hair and the unique ally on board, ready to go when not having an attack, I get terrified because I'm like, you would never risk that combo that early. Just to throw it out there means you have a nuts hand, and we saw it.
Look, we saw that. Like all Axis did that game. Spirit, draw 8, lose. That's all he was. That's all we saw there. That's all she wrote, folks. It was a very quick, 1 minute long game.
Let me. You won last game pretty quickly. It's like, all right, Pony Toss. Let me show you how it's done. Let me show you why I'm the king of fire aggro.
Yeah, let me show you what an actual fast game looks like, because you think your 10-minute game, 10-15-minute game is fast. Well, actually, this is what a fast game is. Done. Oh, holy moly. But Steve, that also, we're like, yeah, obviously it's a great king of the decks, but Steve had to see the line in his hand and commit and be like, yeah, you're not gonna take care of this. And to have the math exactly perfectly right for him. So it's like, it did take a lot of skill to pull that off so quickly. It was just insane respect to him for that.
Oh, 100%. And it's one of those things that I don't know if you've ever seen the other well-known FISA player, Savadal. I don't know if you've ever seen his, we just call it in DFW, we call it the document, which is every single FISA route mathed out by turn. And so he can look at an opening hand and see, oh, this is a turn 2 kill. And he'll just know from those cards because he just has everything in like a spreadsheet, and it's insane.
That's absolutely crazy. What the hell? Some people are just they dedicate themselves to one deck and one deck only, and I respect that so much. Especially if this is to the extent of writing a document with every single line and how much damage it deals. Holy moly.
As much as I hate the deck, I respect it.
I respect that a lot. Yeah. Hey, look, Axe is already doing more than he did all last game, playing a creative shock.
He played a card. That's that's a step
We're-
up from.
we are up from last game for Axis. He has a floating in the graveyard. If he survives until next turn, he's going to be a happy guy. Though, to be fair, as long as Vanitas levels up to level 1, they are most likely going to see level 3 that same turn. So, for Steve, that 15 damage line had to happen that turn, or it would have been a lot harder for him to win. Because I don't think I've ever seen a Vanitas take more than one materialization after the spirit to go to level 3.
Honestly, I think it's only in like the water control matchups I ever see it. Those and like some of the
True.
grindier games, they can sometimes do it. But if they see their opponent show a fire card, they're like, all right, if there's a dungeon guide or a beseech in here, you know what's happening.
Or wait, the other thing that sometimes happens is when it's a mirror match.
It's a game of horse chicken. Who breaks first?
Horse, yeah, it is horse chicken indeed. Tasty Messenger discarding the March hair there. We're probably gonna see another Kindle line here into a Kurhazi Courier, so that is already 2 damage on board. At least with a Poison Dagger, it's gonna be more. And Axe is going up to Vanitas level 1. It's what we were talking about. This is exactly what you always see on Vanitas. 3 cards about to be put down into memory. NEETfull. What do you think that 3 cost thing is gonna be?
Oh, dungeon. No, beseech. Didn't draw the dungeon guide, probably.
Hey, same thing. It's after you're level 1, same thing, because you just banish 2 to level. It is Vanitas. If you see a Besiege that wins, it is the same thing, except it's not an ally like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, not having the ally for things like Brisk Windtrotter to be able to buff the dungeon guide as well. Not having, of course, a liminal. It's on top of this. It's you definitely want dungeon guide a lot
Oh,
more. But
sure.
the beseech is essentially just saying I have a 5th or 6th dungeon guide in the list.
Yeah, it's like technically 6 dungeon guides, functionally 6 dungeon guides. In terms of value, it's like 3 plus 1. But there is definitely the Brisk Windtrotter goes to banishment now. So he already knew that he doesn't have the dungeon guides, so it's not gonna be as impactful because he need to wait 2 turns to get there. So it's alright. The March hair is going to carry this game here. Steve's Hasty Messenger gone, taken out by the red hair. What do you think is gonna happen? What are we going to see here? Is it just going to be a very slow and painful game because Steve doesn't have the deflecting edge and Axis has the red hair and the Vanitas, or is it gonna go by fast?
This is where it gets tough. Just primarily because having to go to level 2 or in this case level 1, having to go level 1 to lose 2 cards means you're going to be in a very rough spot to try to push 25 damage as Faiza. So you don't really want to level, and we actually don't even see a materialization here. At that point, losing any card is is pretty bad. So instead of like either filtering or doing anything like that, we're just kind of seeing I need to stop this Vanitas from doing too much to me, or I need to clear this red hair to be able to kind of get back in this race.
Yeah, and it's very, very tough. Like, I agree with you. It's gonna be a
I
long
think
time.
if we got that flash correct, I think it's a 3rd Korhazi Courier in hand.
Oh, I did look like it. It's very nice and blue. I really love Korhazi Courier's art because it's such a joyful card that's there. And it's still painful if an assassin is playing it, because it's a stealth ally that deals 2 damage minimum. Usually 4 with a poison dagger. Oh, there
And
it
it
is.
filters some card from you. Yep. There's the Kindle.
I was like half when Kindle was first introduced, but I absolutely love uh the March Hare. So it's and because it's not a crazy amount of damage, right? But it's still it's like it doesn't feel insanely broken, but it still makes you feel good being able to use cards and having the obviously it has the elemental restriction, so it's not free and nullifying lantern shuts it off, but being able to use cards and still get that bit of extra value from it. Because March Hare is a 1/1. Like you're not getting a crazy amount of damage from it. Or it's not hard to remove, but it's still enough to make Kindle worth it.
Yeah, what gets terrifying is it's honestly out of any deck that some decks can use it to poke a little bit extra damage, but I think Faiza really kind of shows the power of March Air being able to tack on Poison Dagger. So now it
Okay,
becomes 2.
Pfizer is an edge case, okay? Pfizer is fairly easy to counter, I think. That's why I'm saying we're back in like early season meta now that Ryle was banned because everyone was like, "Oh my god, I want to play Ryle." They played Ryle, and now we're back to Pfizer being a very very strong deck because we're back in early aggro meta, and we need our first ascent of the season, first real ascent of the season without Ryle to show what this set can be about.
And I don't think we wanted to see the. I'm hoping we have
No.
another Rending because we definitely didn't want to lose that here in this matchup. Well, I guess we don't have enough
Yeah.
fire cards really, so
And yeah, we don't have fire cards anymore, and everything is so expensive that we just want to survive. I think we just want to start pushing damage. But if you look at the overall damage on each champion, it's pretty even. But unfortunately, Ponytas has a level 3 and 75 life and only 7 damage, and then Faiza with 8 damage and 19 total life. So it's not that close yet right now.
no. And right now, I think we're looking at what a 1 to 2 damage difference because we got 2 on each Korhazi and then 2 on the Kindle. So yeah, so we're sitting with 6 damage on board or 7 damage. So we are 2 ahead of the Pfizer right now. Or not to Pfizer. We're 2 ahead of the Vanitas right now in terms of their damage race. But as we mentioned, that difference in health.
Yeah. I think overall it's going to be about the same amount of damage. I mean the same amount of damage proportionally at the end of this turn if there's another fire card. But seeing that Heated Vengeance go out does not say good things about the Steve's hand, or at least in my opinion. What do you think about that?
In terms of Heat of Vengeance going, I'm actually not too shocked with it getting pitched here because we know for a fact where we're at now. Damage is we need the Rending Flames to kind of close things out. So it is a pretty good hit to be able to hit with Heat of Vengeance. But the fact that we discarded it is one of two things: we've either drawn an extra one, which very well could be, or we already have another Rending in hand, and we're just kind of setting up to hopefully kill off that.
I sure hope so, honestly. Because I like you said, thinking about it a bit more, you're so right. Then we need the Rending Flames here to finish out the game. The Heat of Vengeance is not gonna be enough. Sad to see, honestly, because these decks are kind of. Oh wait, Mercenary's Blade. Oh, Blazing Throw. Okay, no. I shouldn't be upset about the Blazing Throw because this is good setup for the Rending Flames and for damage. So remember, but like a couple minutes ago, we were talking about, oh yeah, damage might be similar, but it's like not the same. But Verucan is coming out. Unfortunately, there aren't enough um cards, or Verucan Soul Knife coming out. There aren't enough cards in Steve's graveyard to do the Rending, but there's Rococo. We went from, oh yeah, it might look like it's similar amount of damage, but one of them is 25 life, to Axis is a lot closer to death than Steve is right now. Do you think there's a way that Axis can deal 11 damage this turn?
Not off of a off of a 3-card hand. Not necessarily. I think the best bet we can hope for here would most likely being a Searing Rebuke. But I think this is why the Terrafring came out, is just needs to kind of hopefully stay off the the potential kill and then hopefully have that Searing Rebuke in hand.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But that Terrafring is definitely what Axis wants here. I do believe though that Steve hasn't played his Grand Crusaders ring yet. Oh no, wait. He'll have to play the GCR. If he wants to play the GCR next turn, he'll have to pay 1 for it. So there is no way that he'll have enough cards next turn to wait a second. If he attacks with Korhazi Courier, pays 2, but he has 3 cards in hand. He attacks with Korhazi Courier, pay 2 for the attack, discard a card, or draw a card. Oh no, they have to discard a card, so he's gonna stay at 1. Unfortunate. The math is not mathing for me right now, but I don't think there is a way for Steve to win next turn. Dilu coming out on Axis's side as well. I love Dilu. Good horse. It's a 3/4, so it's hard to take care of. It deals the same amount of damage as any other horse. Steve also coming back with the Terrafring, making sure that we both know what these, next turn, neither of these players are really going to be able to attack.
And it's actually, I think it's actually the call you have to make, because with the Dilu, that should be 8 on board for the Vanitas. So you kind of you have to in this situation, because you have to stay alive.
Yeah, there is. Oh, the gamble paid off. Unfortunately, it's a Rending Flames, but with 22 damage on Axis's face. I am not quite sure if that is. At 23 after the discard of the Rending Flames. I don't think it's a problem. Because there's only 2 damage needed. Axis only has. I'm going to have 3 cards in hand.
Doing the
Right?
damage to face is incredibly important here, though. Mainly because it locks out the hammer from being used for any swings
Yeah,
from here
yeah.
going forward. So, and that was like the big thing, because what we could have done here is we could have, if we didn't and we had that extra buffer of life, we could have easily played ring or some sort of just draw card outlet, drawn a card, drawn the card for turn, get 4, and then that pays the 4 for both the Dilu and the Vanita swing. So smart here being just saying, I'm going to pay the 2 to do some damage to stop the hammer from being utilized in this attack, and we're also going to be able to stop the double swing from killing me.
Oh, absolutely. So it was a very, very insightful play from Steve. Seems that Axis is still going for the Grand Crusaders ring, drawing a card. Recollection. Steve obviously does not forget the Terrafring pop here, because like you said, it is what is holding on, what's is letting him hold on to dear life here. Because he is 8 damage away from death. Now, Axis can either go all in and start sending the damage, or he can keep some cards up and Searing Rebuke. But I don't think a Searing Rebuke is going to be enough here next turn. Yep, and he doesn't even have that. So that was it felt like they only played 2 games. Why do I feel like it, NEETfull?
And that was a very fast of, we saw exactly what Fire Aggro does. It's sometimes the decks go, you know what, let's take our time, let's trade allies and figure out who gets the board state. These were 2 players that know that's not really going to change anything. We're going to send stuff as quickly as possible, and we're going to see who races better. And this was truly the Uma Musume of matches.
It lived up to the picture that Tyler Once in Love has been making every single week for the Ponyta's decks. It feels like it's Axis, or like keeps finding. He said that he did not make that picture. That is an amazing picture. Whoever made it, massive props. It looks so good. It's so seamless.
We have somehow like met this perfect harmony of Uma Musume being popular and then the pony toss deck. And we just have art just coming out of nowhere for all of these. And it's I want to know how many of these pictures now exist that we have not gotten to see yet. How many of them are we just currently banked in the vault? To be like every time this deck pops up, we got the image for it. We got it.
Yeah. Just like share it on Twitter, tag Serene Balance so we can see more of the Ponyta's pictures if you have them. But yeah, I genuinely feel like Uma Musume was an inspiration for Pickle Sword to make the Ponytas. Like it's like, man, I love horses. I just have this feeling that horses are just popular and good. So surely, even in Grand Archive, they're gonna be great. And then he just made them great. Yeah, that's it. He was just like playing Uma Musume one day, and then it got inspired.
I 100%. And, and I still live by the idea that the team was asking Pickle Sword to goes, hey, what are we playing? What's the idea for Boston? Like we're running out of
Uma
time.
Musume.
And then you just see Pickle Sword playing on his phone. He's just like, horses. What? Venus. What? Yeah, make it work. We'll figure it out later. And then here we are.
Yep, but the world changed with the release of Uma Musume. Yeah, but it's been a long day, NEETfull. I'm glad we saw this amazing best of two. Surely, it was a best. It felt like it was a best of two.
I'm
No,
pretty sure
but
the best of one at this point.
true. But really, congratulations to Steve for honestly winning in a spectacular fashion. That game too was amazing. So massive props to him for being 4-0 today and winning a whole box of DTR. They remember that Yeti online events are free to enter, and if you go 4-0, you win an entire box of the newest set. So there's no reason not to join if you can, if it's at a convenient time, and you have a webcam, and you have a Grand Archive deck. Join, play. There is a chance, especially if you're doing very well, that you will end up on stream. But hey, we love you, we support you, and we're all here for some awesome Grand Archive. So yeah, congrats again, Steve. NEETfull, what is happening in your area soon?
Yeah, so in our area, this weekend, this Saturday, we are having the Texas Regional. We are capped out at currently 80 players competing to get their to win their smoke bomb. As well as we will be casting the event. We'll be live streaming the event as well. It'll be most likely up on the Reaper Game Store channel. Not it should be under Reaper Miniatures. There's a chance we have another channel that might be running it. We'll figure out the details tomorrow. I hope, or I should be posting it, so the official link will get shared on a couple of different places. So we're happy to join us. It'll be me, and you've seen him in here, Perfect Calcium. My good friend and co-caster will be casting the entire event. So it's always a fun time. We usually have a lot of fun with it. Most of the time, it's us making jokes and also poking a little bit of fun at the locals because we love to we love to harass each other here for Grand Archive. So if you have a chance to tune in, we'd really appreciate it. As well, hopefully, with this growing so fast, maybe see some of you guys down there or some of you guys watching who are coming down to Texas Regional. Hope to see you there and hope you guys have a great time. So I think that's it for us. I know it's getting pretty late here, and luckily we had a really fast last game. So I think that with that, I'm just going to go and thank everybody for tuning in. Of course, thanks again to Tyler for running an awesome stream, making it always fun, and of course, letting us sit here, cast, and talk random stuff about Grand Archives. So really appreciate it. And one more time, thanks to everybody tuning in and watching. And as well, we should have the schedule for Yeti October events going up soon. So if you have not had a chance to jump in and play, please do so. We would love to see you guys and hopefully see you guys on stream. So again, thank you guys so much. And we will see you at the next one.